this way, but each night and each day I'm California dreaming about you. Oh yeah, got this world-class
It's the
view,
Wild Heart
but it's
Show.
you that I think about every time my mind's on it. And it's you that I think about every
It's
time.
the Wild Heart Show.
It's you that I call on my FaceTime when I need something real.
It's the Wild Heart Show.
Oh yeah. I work the night shift till late in the PM. I'm California dreaming. You. California dreaming.
Dreaming.
California dreaming about you. California dreaming about you.
It's the Wild Heart Show.
California dreaming about you.
It's the Wild Heart Show.
California dreaming about you. California dreaming.
This is where you need the drop of you going, the drunker I get, the more intelligent I get.
I've not got that one. No, this is the StreamYard. Welcome, Richard, by the way. Good to see you. No, this is
respect.
the StreamYard I've got with most of them on, but I've not got that one. That wasn't my
Pay some respect, Richard.
Good to see you, David. Good to see you, Sammy.
You too, man.
Let's get into an argument.
Yeah, this is a run over from Togs. He had to go to work or something. So, what were we talking about?
I was talking about how much it touched my heart when Sammy said, "Hey, Richard has reasonable arguments, and that's very important to me."
Yeah, that was nice.
Are we really talking about that?
Yeah.
Sure.
No,
At least I was thinking about talking about that anyway.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was cool.
We were arguing with
that's really
Jill.
sweet.
It was pointless because it's Jill,
Yeah.
you know. So no sense in
Well,
continuing with that.
Hello.
What's up, Bright One?
Hey, sunglasses on.
Nothing much. I'm still on mobile, so that fucking sucks.
Why have you not got your laptop back or whatever?
PC,
PC?
nope.
No.
Because technology is good when it works.
That's always the case with technology, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
And-
it's always the case with the human body too. So
Yeah, and it's a
built by
paperweight.
nature.
It's a good doorstop when it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, no, to be fair, Android is shit. Like for StreamYard, you know, because your phone gets like really hot.
Yes.
Yeah.
The temperature of the sun. Yeah. Yeah. And you can't see
Actually,
the
I have noticed that iOS has handled StreamYards heaps better.
Well, fuck you too, Sammy.
I've never had
Okay.
iOS.
I'm on Apple now. I finally let someone convince me, and it doesn't drain the battery like it did on Android.
Well, I don't
My-
understand
my-
such things.
Well, then
No,
Android fucking
But
sucks.
it's to
and
do
kill
with the
itself.
processors, and obviously Apple's processor can either cool itself better or can work harder with less heat created.
Beats the crap out of me, man. I don't understand these things.
I think it's just because midnight's
Yeah.
so hot. I think it's just midnight's problem. He's just
Well,
so hot.
here's hot-blooded. Check it and see.
I got a
Fever of
Gay, goes
103.
There you go. There it is.
What are you gay? Embrace it.
I am gay, yeah. I'm not, but I'll admit it anyway. Just not.
It's like that time you went Christian. That was one of my favorite times.
What? Did
All
you
the
pretend to
Christians
be
got
Christian
so
for a minute?
excited. Yeah, about a week. I think it was about a week, or maybe one day.
Yeah, I did a G-Man. You remember when G-Man pretended to go atheist? Just for one stream.
And it was adorable because like Wild Heart was serious, and it wasn't so much that he was like, I am a Christian, but he was like, I want to give it a decent go because I read some cool shit in the Bible and everyone seems to carry on about it. So like, let's have a serious look. And it took him a couple hours, I reckon, and he was back to like, nah, this is bullshit.
I think there's a huge difference. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
I was genuine though. I
Yeah.
just want to have the contrast. I want to have both. Like most people who are either atheist or theist have either gone from one to the other. I've always been
That's
atheist.
really honest of you, man.
I just want,
really.
I want the contrast. Do you know what I mean?
The only problem with that is if a person tried to read the Bible through the lens of average Christianity, that conglomerate that doesn't exist or doesn't seem to exist in any person, they're going to come away with, okay, I can agree with a lot of the preaching of Christ on the Mount of Olives. I can appreciate a lot of that. But that's not miraculous. They're good, solid observations about human nature. Fine. They work in reality. Fine. Then as soon as I go to Leviticus, I see insanity that's completely against my moral alignment.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
And there's the conflict. You can't justify the Old and New Testament loving Jesus and hateful God. And here's the larger observation, the bigger problem. Jesus says, I'm here to fulfill the Old Testament. Does that mean Jesus goes around killing people, keeping slaves, causing abortion in women, yet saying I preserve life? Does Jesus do all those things? No. So here's the real options. Either A, Jesus is horrible, which he doesn't seem to be, or B, Christians are reading the Old Testament wrong.
Yeah. And like you say as well, with not a jot or tittle of the law shall be changed.
That's correct.
I fulfill the law.
And
so I don't know if Christians can get.
I know it's not really. I don't think the Bible specifies about siblings, but Jesus had surviving brothers, right?
Yes. And possibly
then shouldn't they have had to have bore children for him? Although he was never married, apparently.
If in Hebrew law he had any land holdings, he would necessarily have to have offspring, even through siblings, in order to have children that could inherit the lands or property. Yeah.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have ever had land, would he? Because he was a kind of nomad.
Yeah, being a nomad, not owning things. Yeah.
We have a name for that, Jules. It's a fucking bum. Okay, you're gonna be a fucking bum.
Jesus was a bum.
There's nothing wrong with purposefully choosing to be a bum. It's when people are crazy and they can't do anything different. That's a problem.
Yeah, he says, "I'm gonna walk the earth and have adventures." No, we call that a bum, Jules.
Who's Jules?
The character from Pulp Fiction, Samuel Jackson.
Oh, okay.
His character.
I love that. I love that movie. It's a weird movie, but anyway. Yeah. So what you have is Christians will say, "I'm reading the Old Testament correctly, and I'm reading Christ correctly, and Christ is goodly, and the Old Testament is hateful and prejudice, and those two things agree. No, it doesn't.
I kind of have a problem with Jesus being like all good. Do you know what I mean?
What does he do that's evil?
He said some pretty shitty things. Like even the Sermon on the Mount, he said some good things. He said some kind of mediocre things, and he said some.
Let's concentrate on the negative.
Mediocre.
If
It was a good at times. It was
is
a worse at
that
times.
this one toggle?
Yeah.
Is saying this one tog like saying ATM machine?
Liar. Well, I was talking to Tog.
Think about it.
Wait, what?
Think about it.
I'm working on it. I can't get it.
This
Yeah,
one tog is like saying ATM machine.
Oh yeah, I get it. It's like
Because this
saying
one
ATM
tog
machine.
is like saying this one guy, which is like saying ATM machine.
Yeah.
Or it's like saying Jesus saves, because the word Jesus means Jehovah saves. So the total sentence is Jehovah saves.
It's moon.
Moon.
The moon.
Oh, does Jesus mean Jehovah? I didn't know that.
It means Jehovah saves. That's literally what it means. In fact, Jesus is not saying that he saves.
Yeshua. Yeah.
Josh.
Yeah, it's
so
two
anyone you
Hebrew
know is
words.
Josh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any Josh. I know a Josh, so I'm happy.
Yeah, when Christians say Jesus saves, they're confused and they're ignoring his own name.
Which happens in the Old Testament as well. You know the prophecies where it calls Jesus Emmanuel. At least get his fucking name right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like saying the Savior saves.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not. It's actually self-defeating. Because Jesus never says he's Jehovah. The word Jesus means Jehovah saves, which means somebody else besides me saves, which is what he says the whole time.
Yeah.
And as far as the word Emmanuel, I mean, I can see the joke, but to look at the word, what it really means is God with us.
God with us.
Would you say a fundamental difference with you and Christianity, Richard, would be that your Jesus, whilst saves, is also saved, yet the other Jesus doesn't get saved. He is just the savior.
Yeah, every Jesus starts out as a person on his earth and just a regular person. And during the story, there's these missing years, and it calls him the high priest. And the high priest has to be actually relatively handsome and healthy, according to the rules of being a high priest. You can't have a crooked nose. You can't have a crooked back. You can't have a gimp leg, all these qualifications. So if you're a normal guy and you're, just living your life and you're unaware that you're the one, what would you be doing? Well, probably, bumping uglies a bit and stuff,
A carpenter?
Normal stuff.
No, I'm kidding.
Probably, occasionally drinking too much. Or, no, what was it you said?
A carpenter.
Well,
being a carpenter.
It doesn't say he's a carpenter. It says his dad's a carpenter.
A builder, yeah. It's more just like maker of things, like
right.
It's more
vague. That word carpentry there just means any kind of builder of anything. And then there's an Old Testament story, which I take as a foreshadowing or a prophecy, that says he was a worker in brass, a worker of stone and fine gems, all that sort of thing. So pretty broad spectrum guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we know he made his own whip. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty resourceful, right?
Yeah. That's the same kind of thing.
Dude, he obviously knew chemistry. He could turn water into wine.
That's not really chemistry. It's more like cooking.
No,
but
yeah. Alchemy.
You could say, I was going to say that, you could even say alchemy. I was muted though. Damn it.
Sure.
Damn it. I said like 5 times.
Beat it.
Oh, wow.
Leave yourself
Yeah, you got it.
unmuted. What is this habit of muting yourself?
I'm coughing because I'm sick and I don't want to cough for long on Wild Heart. Yeah.
I can hear
you're
it in your
so
voice.
All right, I see.
I couldn't
Yeah,
hear it. I guess I just don't care that much.
That was a legitimate bong cough.
Okay, so the name Emmanuel, although when it was translated, they kept it the original word and they didn't translate it, which they did that all the time because they thought it was a name.
Yeah.
So it's not translated when you read it in English, and that's really doing the reader, a disservice.
But wouldn't the prophecy be more convincing if it had said Jesus rather than Emmanuel?
Because Jesus is another job title. It's another descriptor. It's not a name.
Yeah, so it's like saying you will call him, and again, I know it's not the one, but just for the example, you will call him the Savior, or you will call him the one who comes to save. It's not saying call him Jack or Bob. You can call him whatever name you want.
Yeah,
but
that's what I mean.
He will be called the Savior. So
but
Jesus is his title. His name could have been
Jimmy. That's more general. I'm saying if it had said you shall call him Jesus, that would be more convincing as a prophecy.
But that doesn't make any sense, David, because actually his name would be Ben Joseph.
Oh yeah, Josh, whatever his name was. Yeah.
Right. That would have been a proper name named after his dad.
Yeah.
But that's your black and white and modern thinking. Like, why didn't he say the exact name that they ended up calling him? Because he didn't. He didn't say you have to call him this name, as in
right
on his birth certificate name.
Well,
prophecy.
Hey, his government name. Don't call him by his dead name.
Yeah.
But if the purpose of prophecy is trying to convince people that the Bible is true, which I presume it is, then wouldn't you want to make the prophecies as convincing as possible?
Fundamental flaw.
Go on. I knew there would be.
The fundamental flaw is actually it's designed for divine hiddenness until end times.
Right. So why do any prophecy at all then?
So that the story can be in people's.
What is the purpose of prophecy then?
So the story can be in people's minds as a fairy tale. Some believe the fairy tale, some do not. But everyone who's alive when that society carries the story forward and sees the things come true will be well adjusted, having already the fairy tale.
So the prophecies aren't meant to be convincing?
Of course not. That's why they're not convincing.
That actually makes sense.
Dude, I can write a convincing lie for you that you'll believe. It's not that damned hard.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the writing style and the complexity of sentences and the overall literature of the Old and New Testament, you can't say whoever wrote that was stupid. Well, if I'm not that smart and I can write a convincing lie, certainly they could have.
Yeah. We actually had this argument. The Welsh guy was on about, what was it, grain in Egypt or something. And that was a prophecy. I don't know if anyone knows it. Like, yeah, the grain. So I think Joseph stored grain in Egypt.
Oh yeah, 7 years. Yeah, so the Pharaoh had dreams, and Joseph deciphered them and said, "You need to store stuff because a famine's coming."
Yeah.
And
yeah, but the 7-year famine in ancient Egypt, where there's no food, is referring to the 7 years of end times. It's not talking about some time when the crops didn't do so good back then. It's not even talking about that. Were there occurrences of things like, water floods and the crops didn't do so good? Of course, stuff like that happened. But it's using those real occurrences to talk about a spiritual thing, a future time. Just like the example I gave earlier of, the mom speech talking to you about wanting to kiss someone as an adult and using your kiss goodnight as an example, but that's not the same kiss, but it's still, it presents the correct idea so that a person can understand the harder idea.
Yeah, but with your idea, Richard, like
it's not my idea.
I know, so, but if all the spaceships, if all the spaceships come down at end times and everyone sees the spaceships, what is the point of prophecy in that respect?
Okay,
like if there was
try
no
to tell me. You don't have to reiterate it. You don't have to give me an example. I hate that. If you don't mind.
That's Richard's ADHD. No,
yeah, that's mine. That's my own brand of ADHD, right? I can't stand examples. I already understood the concept. And if I didn't, I'd ask you a question.
And it's not just yours, it's mine. And
does it do that to you?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's a very well-known ADHD symptom is people explaining shit and you're already 10 steps
already there. Yeah, you're
down the conversation. And
while they were making the sentence, I was already assessing it and I was already figuring out what they were talking about. And as soon as my brain figures out what the actual point is and there's no correcting left to do, if they keep talking past that, I'm already not listening.
Yeah,
I'm already done with it.
I think that's why.
Okay, but to answer your question, I
think that's why a lot of the interruptions happen as well. Sorry, I'm not joking. I think that's why a lot of the interruptions happen as well because everyone's already tense.
Yeah. I got it. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, it's not that I'm more important. It's just you asked me a question I don't get to answer. I'm ready to answer when the sentence is done. Because it's crazy like that. Okay, so let's pretend you had never heard of a UFO, David.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And end times happened as I think the Bible, etc., is describing it. And you had moon and Earth-sized spaceships show up suddenly with no warning. What is the average human reaction?
Spaceships show up without. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, no one had the concept. There was no such idea, nothing at all, and just all of a sudden it happens. What's the average person's reactions?
Yeah, what the fuck is going on?
What else?
They would probably put it down to some deity.
What's the
word I'm looking for? Some divine thing happening.
Yeah, it would be so damned impressive, right?
No, not spaceships. Oh, sorry. No, you said if I hadn't.
We had no we hadn't knew about that. Yeah,
right. We had no concept of something coming from outer space at all. We had no concept of that, right?
Yeah.
I think there would be a myriad of human reactions, most of them bad.
Yeah.
There's the shock value, right? Where people with some kind of medical condition probably going to die of a heart attack, right? You would also on the negative spectrum, you'd also have people self-deleting, probably a good amount of that, right?
Yeah. Well, kill themselves.
And of course, there's the opposite reaction where, some people would just be amazed by it and interested and be drawn to it, right? And then you have like the flaky artist type, who holds a sign on the top of the Empire State Building saying aliens come take me away. And they would just be okay with it. Okay. But that whole myriad of reactions is a chaotic, it's a chaotic mess. You really wouldn't want something like that if you could prevent it.
And it would seem the further you go back in time, the worse that would be.
Yes, sir.
As well.
That's why the story talks about waiting for our technology. Which
is an answer for divine hiddenness.
Yes, it is. You're a pretty bright guy, yeah. So it makes sense to me to put the fairy tale in the people's collective memory that carries forward into time, whether people believe it or not, whether they're atheists or they're deeply religious, that's fine, doesn't really matter. but people have the story, and that's important. So the shock value is greatly lessened.
All right. So, Richard, I have a question. Once the spaceships do come down, what is the mechanism for kind of asking people if they want to go on board or not?
Yeah, they're called angels. They send angels down out of the heavens.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm using Christianese. I could say it more plainly.
Yeah.
Non-dying humans come out of their spaceships.
Can I have a go?
And they literally
Think I
land
get it?
on the earth and talk to us, sir.
And I think this is the answer you're looking for. So they will actually be very nice. They'll be angels. They'll know what we need to hear.
Yes.
Most people will go. The only issues, Wild, will be the skeptical people and so on, who are like,
I argue with you that
yeah,
traditional
you
Christians
look nice, but Christians, yeah, like you're the devil, you're not aliens.
That's
you're just
right.
of the devil, which would probably be a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of Christians.
There's already people starting to think that aliens are demons.
You're right. That's exactly yes.
Putting signs in the heavens and things, and
but that's right. What I mean. If there were spaceships over your head, and some of the aliens came down and explained to you what was going on, and they said, "Look, get on this spaceship. The Earth is about to explode. Get on this spaceship or die." Like no one, I can't imagine anyone choosing to stay behind.
My mum, she'd be like, "Nah, you're not from Jehovah. You're a devil. Get away from me."
She'll probably take some convincing. Yeah.
Yeah, they'd have to say, "Oh no, we're from Jehovah" or something. I don't know. Like,
just
play along with her.
I think they're actually not allowed to lie.
But that would go against.
Makes it even harder.
That would go against your idea that, like, all the religions are kind of intermingled. Do you know what I mean?
How does it go against it?
Like if the only people that would not get on the spaceship are like Jehovah's Witnesses, that would mean that.
Have you met Demolish Doctrine?
No,
Demolish Doctrine, but like,
but Richard also believes that like every religion is kind of
had some part there, but the indoctrination and their dogma
is
what prevented them. So they'll resist because of their dogma and indoctrination, not because they partially could have had some of the message. Does that make sense?
Like the accepting, intelligent person who would be actually rather unusual, the open person who knew nothing of any of this, seeing heaven's arrival or the spaceships arrive, would probably be fascinated and walk toward it. However, that's the anomalous person. That's not the average person. The average person would freak out, scream, and run away. Well, now you have people just running away from heaven, literally. Well, that's not good, if heaven is good.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about the mechanism. If the angels came down and explained it, like most rational people, I know I'm repeating myself, but like no matter what religion you are or whether you're atheist, I can't imagine spaceships being over your head, alien species coming down and telling you, "Listen, get on the ship or you're gonna die." I can't imagine anyone not getting on the spaceship.
Right, much either. Now, against your Christian teachings that you don't accept, where they have a lot of tribalism and pride and say almost nobody's going, only me, and 143,999 others and myself are going to heaven, which is just insane. What the Bible says about that, Dave, is that the population of the earth gets whittled down not by death, but by actually just like disappearing from the scene. They leave, which is why the girl doesn't come back and thank Jesus. Lazarus doesn't come back and thank Jesus. No one sends him a card or gives him a high five when he comes back around. It's because they're not available. It's because they're not there because they've ascended. So the number gets whittled down by the end of the story to 70,000 people. It's mathematically in the Bible. It says 1/10 of the people or city fell, and the names of the number of men who fell was 7,000. So 7 times 10, 70,000, right? And then there's a great quaking of the earth. And I think that's because of removal of the oceans and crustal collapse. And the intensity of that plague, it's called a plague, which is colloquial, but that's beside the point. Most people change their mind. So out of 8 billion right now, those who stick to the very end, and this is an understandable, rational number, 31.5 thousand people stay for the very, very end of it. Well, yeah, like you said, most people are intelligent, make pretty good decisions, good enough, and adjust over the course of time and in events and their experience, and they adjust a reality based on their experience. So yes, I agree with you. It just doesn't agree with Christian sects that are proud of themselves. But it is what the Bible says.
And 2 more things. You did do it. I know you'll want to know this, Wildheart. You committed a fallacy when you just because you can't imagine it doesn't mean it's not a thing. That's incredulity. But also, could you, if you had not spent your life arguing with Christians, would you ever believe that people would worship a self-sacrificing to itself zombie god?
Yeah, it goes back
Because I
to
would never have imagined people would do that, but they're all around us.
It goes back to what you were saying. Richard's version of religion or whatever makes more sense than any Christian or any other religion I've ever heard. But I'm saying that I still have problems with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not arguing for Richard's beliefs, but I'm saying I'm just arguing against your arguments.
Yeah.
What was a fallacy, and one I could just see an argument with it that you already see people doing crazy shit that I would never imagine people acting the way they act and believing the shit they believe, and yet there they are doing it.
Yeah.
I could imagine the full-on people denying the aliens, even though they're in front of them.
Sorry, I just got excited by this. Here's a fun fact about me. If I'm watching a movie and there's extreme violence, cruelty to animals, or any kind of human sex scene, I will stop and watch something else. Really? If the movie is going to go down, I might fast forward to it. Well.
I usually get walk away to all of those things.
Yeah, now that I have a different moral alignment than I used to have, almost every commercial is too intense and too forward and too grotesque, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the advertising world is crazy, full on.
You gotta love Haribo, though. Everyone loves Haribo.
Haribo gummy foods.
Terrible gummies.
Oh.
Kids and adults love it so. The happy world of Haribo. You can't.
Just because it rhymes.
You can't argue.
They're like.
You can't argue.
I don't like any kind of gummy food. I don't. None of it. I don't like licorice. I don't like gummy worms. I don't like gummy bears. None of that crap.
All that shit gets stuck in your teeth. And
it's like, who the hell's trying to feed me plastic? What the hell's going on here? Who hates me? Okay, so if Jesus written in the Greek is a very specific language, and it is, and easy to understand, and it is. And if the claims in it are correct, and Jesus says he's not there to get rid of the law, but to fulfill it, and he is apparently good, then you can't maintain an evil view of the Old Testament without considering that you need to take correction.
But doesn't that set up a contradiction? If you say, oh shit, Joel's here. Sorry.
But don't lose your point.
Yeah, Jill, just where it's at.
If it sets up a contradiction.
If it sets up a contradiction between the Old Testament being bad and Jesus coming along and making it good, but it's the same God, is that a Christian thing?
Yeah, that's one of the things they ignore in their own doctrine, is that they're creating a contradiction.
Yeah. But is it the same God from the Old Testament to the New Testament? It is the same God.
Yes.
But one of them's bad and one of them's good.
No.
But you just said Jesus came along to make the Old Testament.
See, first you asked me what Christians believed, and then you asked me what I believe.
And there's then like our interpretation of what the Christians believe. And that's the one that Richard's referring to. As in, if you do an internal critique from the Christian point of view, the Old Testament God is different to the New Testament God, even though the Christian will say they're the same God.
Yeah.
And Richard is saying from his perspective, they are the same God because that one's not evil and one's good.
Let me expound on that just a little bit. Just give me 2 minutes. I think this will make sense.
Yeah.
Christians, in their prejudice, want the Old Testament God to be evil, so they make him evil. But what the Old Testament is actually saying is not to smash people's heads in with rock, but to teach them the Bible. So the Bible is saying God is good teaching the Bible. Christians are saying God is good smashing in heads. What is going on?
Yeah.
You're having a clue as to what you're talking about. That's what's going on.
Everyone went to Icon and is silent. That's what I'm asking.
That was weird that we both went to Icon at the same time. That was
coincidental. Okay.
Yeah. But then we all muted so you could speak. But I just repeat that very last sentence.
That the Christians, in their prejudice and hatred and self-righteousness, read the Old Testament God as being persecuting, which is inconsistent in the Bible, inconsistent with Jesus. Whereas if you actually look up the definitions of the words, it doesn't say smash people's heads with rocks. It says teach them the Bible, which should permanently change them.
And sorry, I needed to pee rather desperately. That's why I disappeared. So do you believe that the Old Testament and the New Testament gods are different or the same?
No, is the same and being poorly read.
It's the same.
There is no violence in the Old Testament recommended by the God. There's only Christians who read violence into the Old Testament recommendations of the God.
Oh shit! I know this is coming from my Christian indoctrination. So with all the genocides in the Old Testament, you're saying there is no violence in the Old Testament. The Amalekites.
One of the reasons, to give you a historical record, one of the reasons that the Jews from that part of the world and from that time carry a tradition forward where it's philosophical and not literal is because they were neighbors with those people and they know they didn't kill them and the people still exist. Now, does the story say they were ultimately slaughtered, every one of them? Yes, there's a story like that, but the people are still alive. So the Jew says, oh, it's war rhetoric. and it's philosophy. It's not literal.
But I'm talking not outside the story, but according to the story, God did command them to commit genocide.
No,
the
it
part
doesn't.
you've missed is that
Even if they didn't, and the story is saying that God did command, that is violence. That is God commanding violence.
yeah, no, but you've missed the main part, which is the words that he's saying that have been interpreted to whatever, murder, chop up, I don't know, pick whatever, are actually words that were being used in different ways. So they've interpreted it to sound like God said, slaughter these people, when it was actually saying God said, teach these people about the Bible, or teach people this, or whatever.
Oh my!
Now
You'd
it's
have
saying it
to.
in a very aggressive. It's saying it in a very aggressive colloquial usage of the people of the time, using Hebrew idioms. Okay, it
You
is
have to
doing that.
abandon everything we know about the archaeological evidence that's proven that these were actual wars. The invasion of Assyria by the Assyrians.
Yes, there have
the
been
walls
wars.
of
So I'll give
Nineveh,
you a quick example,
the
Wildheart.
Babylonian
Like,
invasion.
we have this expression that a person is an ass, right? But that's actually a derivative expression. That one comes from, actually, there's 3 steps backward in that. For me to say, oh, David's an ass, there's 3 steps back in that. So it's David is an ass right now. It used to be David spoke like an ass, which was derived from David brayed like an ass, which was derived from David has the jawbone of an ass. So when the Bible is using the Hebrew idiom jawbone of an ass to describe Samson, it means people thought he was foolish, not that he was carrying around a bone.
Yeah, so if I can, I'm working on this. If I can come around to kind of your point of view, so the only person who's supposed to understand the Bible is Jesus. No
He
one
will
else
fully understand everything about it, I'm sure.
So when it says you shall go out and kill every human
But it
woman,
doesn't say that.
It does.
It says slay. It got
The
translated
English
to kill.
interpreted Bible does.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair enough. Yeah. I'll shush. Yeah.
But it was interpreted by people who already had an oral tradition and a prejudice, a doctrine.
So when you say interpreted, what do you mean by that? So God gave this
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of it.
Yeah.
Speaking like a fool or carrying the jawbone of an ass got interpreted to bashing in heads with a bone. That's wrong.
We're changing the subject.
But who is giving the knowledge and who is interpreting it is what I'm asking.
Who gave the knowledge is heaven, who interpreted it is man.
So what is aliens? Heaven.
Yeah.
So the aliens gave the knowledge.
Right.
But they must have understood the language at the time.
Of course they knew it was going to get screwed up.
So they gave the knowledge intentionally to be screwed up. So that people,
well, it's a side effect. That's not the intention. Sometimes medications have side effects and you just have to live with it. Sometimes there's collateral damage in a war. We don't like it, but sometimes you have to put up with it.
Well, surely they could have done it better.
No, they don't want to do it better. They want to allow for suffering on this earth.
So are the wars actual wars in the Bible, or are they just symbolic to mean something else, Richard? Which one?
Have there been wars in the past of this earth?
Are the wars in the Bible's actual wars, or are they just symbolic to mean something entirely different? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's giving testimony to the truth.
Okay.
It's not killing people.
So that's what we call a flip-flop, ladies and gentlemen. So you can't deny the actual archaeological evidence. So now you're wishy-washy on your comment too.
No. Well, I'm not
I would say,
wishy-washy.
I would argue it's both anyway.
Yeah.
There are
Yeah,
some
those-
historical ones and some non-historical ones.
Yeah. We need to prove the non-historical ones.
See, Jill, what you're doing here is you're cherry picking the text, knowing that some of these people and places did not exist, using the occurrences of the actual things to verify. I'm not done. Using the actual occurrences to verify, knowing that not all these wars and all these people existed.
One people, place, or particular that does not exist that we've proven archaeological digs, historical. Show me one thing that does not exist in the Bible, Richard. Thank you. Just one.
The Israelites fleeing Egypt.
I asked Richard.
Yeah,
I asked
the
Richard. He's the
Exodus.
expert on what the Bible
Okay.
says. Show us one thing in the Bible that's not.
Jill, shush. That is a good one, though. Yeah, the Israelites coming out of Egypt and living in the desert for 40 years. There's no archaeological evidence for that whatsoever.
Yeah, we found camps
A
of people
worldwide
crossing the
flood.
Sinai as small as 12 people.
Show us one. Just one.
We've just
If
told
you put me
There's
backstage,
two.
I'm not going to.
We've just told you to. The Israelites coming out of Egypt and the worldwide flood. None of them happened.
If you put me backstage, I'm just not going to listen to your answer. Show me
That's
one.
not
Tower
different
of
from what
Babel.
you've always
Tower
done.
of
One,
Babel.
and I will quit Christianity. If you show me
Tower
one
of
and
Babel.
prove it. Show
No,
me
you
one.
won't. You're a
Babel.
liar.
There is no archaeological evidence for the Israelites.
Prove something
That's an
doesn't
argument.
exist.
Okay, that's an argument from silence.
Good
Show
one,
me
Jill.
evidence. Evidence.
Good one, Jill.
Not lack of evidence for a claim.
So you're
Show me
asking-
evidence that a claim did
Jill,
not happen. Go
Jill,
ahead.
so you're asking for evidence that something didn't happen.
I'm asking.
Yes,
for
that's what he's
right.
asking for.
Yes.
He's brilliant.
If, for instance, the
He
Muslims
thinks
claim, or
It's
the
not silly.
the Mormons rather claim that there was a people group called the Lamanites. Archaeological evidence claims that there was a different people group living in that area. So that is evidence that their claim is
Right,
false.
But
Jill,
without
us
that
that in the
evidence,
Bible.
though, it means
Show us
they're
that in the
right.
Bible, and I will
Jill,
that
quit
correct?
Christianity today.
Jill,
Go ahead.
Jill, the Bible says that the
We're
Israelites
in the same
came out of Egypt and lived in the desert for 40 years. There is
Uh-huh.
no archaeological
Okay,
evidence.
that's an
for that
argument
whatsoever.
from silence. Do you know what an argument from silence
Okay,
is? Everything in the Bible is not going to be dug up. That's
Let's
impossible.
try it on the other hand,
me
then, Jill.
evidence
What's your evidence
that the
for them fleeing Egypt?
Show me evidence that the historical claims in the Bible have been proven false. Archaeological digs, history, anthropology, something. Not just arguments from silence.
Jesus,
Jill.
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 You haven't found
talking
Jesus
shit
the
at this
Slipper
point.
yet.
Jill, shut the
Big deal.
fuck up. If the Bible says that the Israelites came out of Egypt and lived in the desert for 40 years, and there is no archaeological
That is an
evidence,
argument from
and there is
silence.
no-
Please look up
and there
arguments
is
from
no-
silence. Please
and
look
there
up
is
that.
no
Please look that up
archae-
for us. Thank you.
Shut the fuck up. I can't put him backstage because he won't listen. And there is no archaeological evidence for that. Is that not a proof?
Please look up the
that-
argument
that-
from silence.
that the
It's
Exodus
a
didn't
fallacy.
happen?
It's a fallacy. Argument from silence. That's an argument from silence, sir. You don't know what that means. I'm sorry. You just can't
I
have a
do.
conversation on this
I
issue
do.
if you don't know what
Well-
argument from silence is.
But
Everything in the Bible
Yeah,
is
we
not
do,
going
we
to be
do,
found.
Jill. That's called your God.
Everything.
it's like a million. Oh, fuck
Your
off, Jill.
God. One
Right,
big,
I know
one
you're
big
listening.
argument from silence.
I know you're listening anyway.
Yeah.
Right. If it said 1 million people came out of Egypt and they lived for 40 years in the desert, and we did archaeological studies around all the desert, and there is absolutely no evidence, is that not evidence against the Bible being true? It's not an argument from silence. It's saying there should be evidence if that occurred, and there is no evidence. argument from silence.
You can use a lack of evidence as evidence when they're in an instance where there should be evidence. Yes.
Yeah.
I just looked
Where
up
in other
arguments from silence.
instances we have found evidence, but in this instance where it should be, there isn't. That speaks to something.
I just looked up arguments
Can you
from
say it's
silence,
definitive? No.
and I just put it in the private chat for you, Wildheart. Please read it.
We all know what it is, Jill. And
Strength and honor, William.
Okay. Yeah, just read it.
Right, an argument from
So you can stop using them.
an argument from silence is a logical fallacy that uses the absence of evidence as evidence itself. It's a pattern of reasoning that draws an inference from the failure of a known source to mention a fact or event, usually to conclude that the fact is untrue or the event didn't happen.
Right.
But what they're saying is not this, though, because it's not an absence of evidence. It's evidence of an absence. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Right. We found the Sinai and we've searched it.
We've only dug up 1% of the Sinai. 1%, sir. So stop lying. We have not, relatively speaking, few digs have been done in the Sinai over years because people actually live in these areas. So you can't just displace them and start digging to find your Bible evidence. Okay, so stop lying to everyone. No, we have not dug up the entire Sinai and found no evidence of the Bible.
We don't need to dig up the entire Sinai
Yes, you
because
do,
we
sir.
know the areas.
You need
it's in the
the
book.
areas spoken of have not been dug up because people actually live atop of those areas. Yes, yeah. You didn't know that. They have not
been spoken of.
Look up the Sinai digging and how much of
We
the
know
Sinai
where
has been digged up. Look it up. That's all you got to do. You have Google.
No, you look it up. It's your claim.
What about
You claim that the Sinai has been dug
I
up.
don't look up ridiculous claims.
What about the global flood? Are you saying that happened? What about there being no evidence for that? And if it did,
we know where they
arguments. For
and if it did happen, the heat caused by it would destroy the earth.
Amazing.
What
about
that? Well, we haven't searched every mountain in the earth, Wildheart.
According to Reformed Judaism, the Sinai has
until we do.
The Sinai has not been extensively excavated.
What about the flood? What about the global flood? What about the fact that if a global flood happened on that scale, it would destroy the earth? What is your argument against
if
that?
we dug up the Sinai, all of the areas in which these events claim to happen.
Okay. He's just wasting your time.
Look, we have found bands of people as small as 12 camping and going across the Sinai. We have found camps like that. We know by the kind of food they ate, including pork bones, were left on site, that they were not Jews. So we have found small encampments from long ago, from about the same time period, yet we don't find 3 million people.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. No trash heaps, no
pottery.
That shows his little understanding of the archaeology he's trying to deny. He doesn't understand the mark that many people would leave.
Oh my gosh, it would be a swath. It would be a swath a half mile to a mile wide, and you could follow the path.
Broken pottery, animal bones, jewelry, you name it.
It's like a 2-week journey, like along a very narrow strip of land.
Yeah,
and
but took 40 years.
For God to make
held hands, they could reach the whole way across. So no reason they should have gotten lost.
Yeah, that is impossible. They couldn't have gotten lost. It's like if you look on a map, it's like a really narrow strip of land to get from where they were going.
Didn't God cause them to get lost?
Hey, wait a minute.
It's actually worse than you guys are saying, because if they went from the point of point of origin to the destination, do you know that Egypt controlled both of those places?
Yeah.
So they just went from what, captivity to captivity? If the story is literal, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And the plagues were pointless because in the end he didn't let them go. God had to actually kill the army to stop them.
Right.
Am I back? Okay, good. I'm back. Okay. So more on the Sinai Peninsula. It's a very vast and remote desert region. So this makes archaeology very, very challenging. Second of all, to refute another point Richard made, the nomadic lifestyle of the Israelites did not require them to build settlements. So you would not find the Israelite settlements.
No one said settlements. You stuck that in there. You're illogical.
That's not what we're expecting to find.
No one
we're not really expecting to find anything that would indicate someone was staying at one location.
What's the straw man you're arguing?
So,
dishonest interlocutor.
Research what the Sinai Peninsula is. Also, the Bible.
But he'll just keep arguing like he didn't just do that.
The Bible account does not give us details on where exactly they were located. So that is very.
Would you like to address captivity to captivity? Would you like to address that?
Well, I didn't hear that because I was backstage.
Well, let me tell you about it.
Okay, so it's very difficult to do archaeology with that being the facts.
If you map out the story on a Sinai desert at the time that it claims it happened, they would have been going from Egyptian-controlled land to Egyptian-controlled land.
Not sure why that matters.
Because they'd be going from captivity to captivity.
It's irrelevant. It's an irrelevant factoid.
Because they'd be going from captivity to captivity and not finding freedom. It wouldn't work.
No, actually, they were supposed to go into the land of Canaan and conquer it. They're not going from captivity.
That's what Jill would do. He would tunnel out of his cell and pop up in the next cell.
Okay, Bugs Bunny.
So Richard makes the point that doesn't correspond to the Bible, and you buy into it. So read the Bible, and the Bible will tell you why God told him to go into that land. He didn't care who occupied it. God was going to remove the occupants and replace them with the Israelites, regardless of who.
Actually, you're wrong. That war you're referring to is with the Midianites, which are along the way and not the destination. Go read it again.
The Midianites were attacking the Israelites. They were sneak attacking the Israelites.
Along the way. That is
along
not the
way.
Destination.
That's right.
Go read it again.
So the destination was what they called the milk of land and honey, which was Canaan.
The milk of land and honey. Are you nervous?
Which was Canaan.
Okay. It's a milk. They live in a milk. Milk of land and honey.
It was fertile land. That's just an idiom for fertile land.
Don't you mean the land of milk and honey?
Doesn't matter. It's a fertile area.
Not a milk of land and honey.
They live
the land of milk and honey.
That's what I vat of milk. Don't you know?
Are you nervous right now, Jill? Because you usually try to hide that, but you just really messed up a sentence.
The Sinai is a very, very large region. So we shouldn't think of it like we watch a cartoon and say, hey, there should be 30 million people to dig up. No, not necessarily. First of all, the number is way too high. The Bible doesn't describe that many people crossing the peninsula.
How many do you think?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No, since you're correcting history, and since you're correcting the Bible, tell us how many.
Doesn't matter.
You said less than 3 million.
It doesn't matter. There has not been enough digging in that area.
But how many should we expect?
To make an argument from silence, you would have to dig up the entire region for your argument from silence to be valid. I'm sorry.
No, we do find evidence of incitements from.
Of what? We find evidence of what? Encampments. They didn't have encampments. They were.
Yes, they did.
A nomadic group.
Are you saying the Jews never ate or slept for 40 years?
They picked up their encampment and they moved it. They were a mobile unit. They were a nomadic unit. No mobile.
Nomads don't sleep, guys. You heard it here first.
Sure, they do sleep, but you don't have any evidence that I slept in my bed last night.
And you
You
don't have any
always
evidence
no,
that I
they
slept.
didn't sleep for 40 years, you fuckhead.
What evidence do you want us to have that they slept in bed?
Why do you do this shit, Jill?
Bed and bath? What a bed and
Jill,
beyond or something?
fuck off.
You just talk nonsense. It's not even related
Jill,
to anything anyone's saying.
but Jill is saying it's an argument from silence, like he's expecting us to disprove that it happened. Jill, if we can switch it round, Jill, can you demonstrate that it did happen? What evidence outside of the Bible do you have that this exodus of Israelites, is that the right word? To out of Egypt, what evidence do you have that it did happen? Rather than us trying to prove you wrong. How can you demonstrate that it did happen?
Oh, am I back?
Well, now, that's called an argument from
didn't
silence.
know.
He's arguing by being silent. See, but here's what really happened in history. There was a small amount of slaves that were Hebrew people kept in Egypt or worked in Egypt. That's fine. That's true. They never left. That there have been Jewish slaves in that area of the world continuously. There was no exodus. And we know these things.
There was
and the Hebrews that were in Egypt liked it there because they had much better lives.
Yeah, that was like the breadbasket of that entire continent. Everybody wanted to live there. Come on.
It's like being homeless in New York City, you know? Who cares?
Fertile
You're
lands
homeless.
because
You're
of
in New York
floodplain. All the good nutrients were there. It was the lowest spot. The entire Euphrates River Basin floodplain at that time was the Fertile Crescent. It was the place to be.
Right. Can I try a kind of radical new argument I've just thought of in my head? It said the Bible was entirely true.
In my head.
Apart from the gospel. Say all the historical events.
He often thinks in other parts of his body.
Well, he is male. I'm going to grant him that, actually.
Yeah, actually, yeah, sometimes. Yeah, but say the Bible is actually historically true. Everything historical in the Bible happened. If I grant you that, how does that demonstrate that a God exists? And
well, first of all, me personally, this is just me personally. I don't think it happens until end times. Okay.
Yeah.
So, along with purposeful divine hiddenness and the freedom to suffer, which is the entire Earth experiment. That's the cause of the Earth experiment, is to have some suffering. Of course, we have some beauty too, but heaven's full of beauty. But there's no suffering. You can't experience suffering in heaven. That's ridiculous. It's against the utopia itself to do that. So they have this established little experience for us where we suffer, and that's fine. What was my point?
If he grants you the Bible, how does he still know it? How does it lead to a God?
But this argument doesn't work like with you, Richard. Do you know what I mean? If everything happens in the future, I was mainly in Jill when he comes back because he's the only Christian.
He doesn't want to actually have a conversation. Why ask him something?
Oh yeah.
I'm back and actual Christian.
He never left, but yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah, I did leave actually.
Yeah, of course you did. Of course you did, sweetheart.
Right, Jill, I will grant you that everything in the Bible is true historically. How does that demonstrate that God exists?
It doesn't. It doesn't intend to. It's just intending to demonstrate that the Bible is historically accurate. That's all. Or not ahistorical.
So why do you believe God exists?
The Bible is intending to show that the Bible is historically accurate.
No. The actual claims in the Bible are actually vindicated by archaeological digs and evidence
Yeah,
that
I'll
confirms
give you
that
all
the
that.
Bible
The
is
Bible,
historically accurate. That's all.
apart from the God claims, the Bible is entirely historically true and
Right. The cities, the
archaeologically.
wars.
Well, but if you're going to say that, Wild Heart, then you're granting the miracles and stuff in it.
No, I mean entirely historically true and archaeologically true. Yeah, I'll give you all that. How does that demonstrate that God exists?
It doesn't. It doesn't intend to. It intends to only demonstrate what science can demonstrate. Science cannot demonstrate God to be in actuality. It's impossible. In fact, if that were the
So
case,
why-
I wouldn't be a Christian.
So why do you believe that God exists?
Well, there are other reasons why I believe God exists, like the moral. I think the moral argument for God is a good one.
So you don't believe in God because of anything to do with the Bible?
The Bible is just supporting my belief.
Right. So
If you're talking about historically,
so your main reason for believing the Christian God exists is a moral one, is what you're saying.
I think the moral argument is a good argument.
Right. What is the moral argument?
That basically premise one would be there are objective moral facts.
That's not a premise. That's an assertion.
It's just the top down thing. It's that
you can't start
God made the rules. That's why we all have the same rules, even though we don't.
You can't start off with premise one. There are objective moral facts. You have to demonstrate.
That is the premise. Yeah.
You have to demonstrate that, though. What is your evidence that
give me. Okay. When are you going to get the next time you get paid? I'll show you that there are objective morals. Next time
it is a premise, but it's a claim.
Yeah,
when I steal your wallet.
Right. So, what is your evidence that objective moral facts exist?
Okay, come across some money and then watch it disappear, and you'll call the police and say someone wronged me. Someone did something wrong.
By the law, yes. And if he lived somewhere where that wasn't against the law, he couldn't do anything about it.
He couldn't, but he would still say, someone did something wrong
laws.
He would still say
human laws decide morals, is it?
I never said that. Pay attention. He would still say,
I did.
Even if his country, his backwards country, has said, nope, that's okay. He would still say someone did something wrong to me.
So then you can't say that the law has anything to do with it, which was the example
I never said it did. I said regardless of the law, even if the law said it was okay, he still would say someone did something wrong to me. Try again.
Why would he? But that's the question.
Because there are objective moral facts.
That's not an answer. The answer to why is there objective moral facts is not there are objective moral facts.
I didn't give premise two yet. Let me give premise two.
No, but you were saying you can't justify premise one with premise two that you're going to have to justify.
I just
what
did.
if I can give another reason why
doesn't work like
that
he would say
moral fact would exist? Like you know monkeys. They've done tests with monkeys, and they have like morals and moral facts as well. And it's just like if you give one monkey a grape and one monkey like something they don't like.
We're talking about humans, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes, they do have their own moral facts. Yeah. Animals have their own.
How does that link to God?
We're not talking about monkeys or apes and their instincts.
So God gave them their morals too.
Yes, he calls it we call it an ecosystem. Look it up. You learned about that in physics.
No. We don't call that an ecosystem.
We do. Humans do.
God gave monkeys morals.
He gave them instinctives.
Did he give dogs morals?
Yes.
Instinctives.
Rules that apply to the ecosystem.
Also, morals are just rules. Morals are just rules.
If they're not followed, then
demonstrate.
Right.
Demonstrate. I'll give you that humans have morals that everyone agrees on, and
Objective.
monkeys have morals that they all agree on, and dogs have morals that they all agree on. Demonstrate why that necessitates that it came from God.
Well, we say premise 2 would be that, or you can call it an assertion. We believe that God provides the best explanation of these objective moral facts.
Right.
So premise 2 is you believe.
Therefore, God exists.
You just lost. You just lost the whole argument.
And that was that was the foundation for premise 1, apparently.
God provides
the proof
the best
of premise
explanation.
1 is that we believe. There it is.
Yes, there are objective
well
moral
done,
facts.
Jill.
As
you
I
just did
proved.
Christianity proud.
As I just proved. Even if you,
Jill, that was piss poor.
You know, Jesus is like up there just shaking his head like, for fuck's sake, Jill, just stop trying to defend me.
Even if you live in a country where they say rape is okay, you would still say what they did to me was wrong. You would still say that as the victim of rape. So there are objective moral facts.
What if you like it?
Face the facts.
Right, so even if that was true, how would that necessitate a God? Why
God provides the best explanation.
Why couldn't humans come to objective moral facts on their own related to God?
God provides,
which I would argue we can and do.
Yeah, we did.
You try and fail miserably. Look at your president-elect.
Right, so what is your...
I love when he says that to two people that aren't even from the States.
Oh, God.
That's how narrow Jill's world is.
So, Jill, what is your
fucking
evidence?
Narrow.
So, what is your evidence?
Narrow-minded.
Right, I'll go.
My evidence that there are what? Objective moral facts?
Objective. No, I'm saying I'll give you objective moral facts. I'm saying even if objective moral facts exist, how do you tie that to God?
I think God provides the best explanation for the existence. Yes. You're going to let me answer you, or are you going to keep cutting me off every time I speak?
So I bet it's based on your opinion. You think that the best explanation.
God provides the best explanation. Can you think of a better one?
So even if God exists, even if moral objectives exist, objective morality, sorry, chill, you're in my fucking head. Even if objective moral facts exist,
it doesn't prove God, but
you're
going to do a God of the gaps.
God provides the best explanation, yes.
Your opinion is that God provides the best explanation.
Yes.
And that is your best evidence for God.
I don't know if it's the best, but it's I like the argument. There is no.
So 1 is we believe, and 2 was what?
There's also objective moral obligations.
No, we'll get away from morals because you totally fucked up on that.
Okay.
So what is your best? What is your best evidence?
That is it. That is the moral argument. I think is the strongest, which is why you guys are struggling.
Holy shit, Jill, are you kidding?
That was your
you guys
best.
are struggling to respond.
That was your best. If objective morals exist, then in my opinion, the best explanation for that would be God.
Yes.
That is your best argument for.
No, I didn't say it was the best. I said it was one.
I mean,
one argument.
You did. You literally just said it was one of the best.
No, I didn't say it was. Even if it is one of the best, who cares? You don't have any rebuttal. So
you did say it was the best.
What do you think the best? What do you think the best? What do you think the best explanation is for moral obligation?
No, I'm asking, what is your best evidence for God, Jill?
I don't have a best evidence. I think they're all best. I think they're all good.
You think they're all good?
Yeah.
You don't.
The archaeological, the historical argument, the moral argument, the argument from the problem of evil, which only the God of the Bible solves and deals with. So there are many reasons why. But what are your explanations for moral obligations?
I don't need
any atheists? Anyone?
I don't need to. I don't need to give any explanations. No.
Oh, okay.
You're trying to prove that God exists.
I don't know, but I know it's not God.
I don't have to say anything. Right. So,
know you
Jill,
don't.
why did you start believing in God? What caused you to start believing in God?
Why did I start believing?
Yeah. What was there ever a time when you didn't?
I don't remember when I started. I grew up in the church, so I don't remember when I started.
So you've been indoctrinated.
He's a born in.
Yeah.
Indoctrinated, no, because none of my family were saved, so I had people on both sides of the fence in my family.
That must be tricky.
So no, not an indoctrination. But as I studied, as I started talking with people who are opposed to what I believe, they really didn't have answers. They really couldn't respond. They just did what you guys.
I bet they couldn't respond because you talk over everybody.
So what you're saying is
okay. We'll see if you can respond.
Jill.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is before you started thinking you believed in God, there were
no. I went to church, but I didn't believe in God until I. No, that's wrong. I went to church, but I didn't believe in God until I started thinking about these issues. And I came to the conclusion that only God is the best explanation for what we have in our universe.
No, you said that you couldn't remember. You couldn't remember a time when you didn't believe in God.
No, not exactly or specifically.
He was born in,
or a day.
But he sat there with his fingers in his ears and his eyes shut until he was old enough to start thinking about it. There was no way that his entire, from birth up to whenever he was old enough, he wasn't listening to that shit, being indoctrinated daily as a child. Do you think it just starts the day you're old enough to think about shit, Jill?
I listened.
You
just
don't
like
think that
everyone
you
else.
were already
just like most people. I was raised with a Christian background, living in America, just like you, just like everyone else. But what I did was I actually studied for myself.
Jill, you have no actual reason for believing in God. You just always believed in God.
I just said that these explanations that are being given don't stand up to the God explanation. They just don't. You can cry.
So you've
because
always
of your lack of belief in God,
you've always
and tried to prop up some other secular humanist definition or explanation, but it just doesn't work.
Jill, if you've always believed in God, then you don't have a reason for starting to believe in God. You don't have a reason.
No, I've always went to church as far as back as I can remember.
You've always believed in God, therefore.
I don't know if I've always believed in God. I don't know if I could say that.
But you can't remember.
But I grew up in the church.
Since you were old enough to believe in God, you've believed in God.
Yeah.
I can't say that either. We don't. I'm not exactly. I went to college, so there you go.
So to go back, what is your reason? Do you have a reason for believing?
I just told you that all of these things, moral obligations, objective morality, the universe existing, all of these things, I think God. Do you want to hear my explanation or not?
No, you said you've always believed in God.
Yes, I said I always went to church.
Before you start thoughts.
Okay. All right. So let me correct myself. I've always gone to church, but no, I haven't always believed in God. Okay.
Right. So
now you can move on instead of repeating that failed.
So when did you start?
I don't know when. I have no idea. When I started thinking for myself, that's when I started believing in God.
So do you know the reason why you started believing?
When I started thinking for myself, that's when it happened.
Right, and when you started,
so he doesn't believe in God yet. Sorry, I had to,
and not allowing other people to think for me, and not allowing other people to brainwash me, like the education system.
Jill. So when you started thinking about God, what were the reasons you believed in God?
I just told you the moral argument, the existence of objective morality, and the existence of objective moral obligations. Now, let's hear your explanation for that.
So
you can't deny them.
Morals exist.
Also, what we call
they do, that necessitates a God.
Also, what we call the metaphysical aspects of our humanity or reality.
Let's go with metaphysical.
Love, ego, those things that you can't touch, feel, or taste, that are
Yeah.
not part of the five senses.
Wi-Fi,
The existence of those things.
X-rays.
I think the best explanation is God, not luck or chance.
Well,
which
funny
is what
thing, you know, one of the things you'd be qualifying there is logic, that logic is intangible, okay? But you're not using it.
Logic, also the existence of logic, all of the metaphysical aspects of our existence.
So if logic is part of your proof
against
of
the
God, why
idea
don't
that
you
we've
believe
all
in
gotten
logic?
came here by choice or by a chance, rather.
If
Say
logic
that
is
again,
part of
Richard.
your proof of God, if logic is part of your proof of God, why don't you use it?
So
Well, I helped you use it earlier when you try to use an argument in silence.
So the
I'm
metaphysical
sorry, my phone
argument.
cut off. What's that?
So the metaphysical argument is that because love exists and because mental constructs that exist in our brain exist, that demonstrates God. Can you
Ego,
demonstrate?
yes. Ego, the mind, yes.
Brain, mind, brain.
Yeah,
Ego,
it can't be reduced
mind,
to
brain.
mere chemicals in your brain. Sorry.
So how does it?
So love. So what about hate?
The mind and the brain are have dissimilar properties, so they can't be the same.
Does hate prove God?
So how does that demonstrate God? You're saying that things that exist in the brain due to chemicals demonstrate God. What is the link between chemicals?
Well, you could say that. That's your belief. That's not what science says.
Wi-Fi proves God, don't you know, Wild Heart?
Say why I'm wrong. Explain why I'm wrong. That's what you just said.
Because the mind and the brain are not the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So the mind, love exists in the mind, hate exists in the mind. Everything you said exists in the mind. So the mind,
even though we can track them in the brain.
So the mind exists. Even if I grant you that the mind exists, what is the link between the mind and God?
Well, these are metaphysical aspects of our humanity, which I think the best explanation for the existence of these things, of these phenomenon, is God. If you think there's a different reason, then deposit it, and I'll laugh.
Yeah,
You just
he already
explained.
did.
Oh, sorry, Jill. You're just explaining things that exist and saying your best explanation is that they are caused by God.
Yeah, I think the best
This thing that we can see is clearly created in the mind, in the brain, is somehow created by God.
That's fine if the brain is God.
Because his best explanation is that it is linked to God, but he can't give a mechanism or why it's linked to God. He's just saying, well, love exists, therefore
God.
What do you mean by mechanism? Like what do you mean, like some sort of scientific fingerprint, or
you're saying
no? You're not going to get that. You're not going to get that.
No, you're not going to get anything.
Science doesn't deal in the realm of the supernatural. If you haven't noticed.
Can I just finish? You're saying the brain exists, the mind exists, love exists, therefore God.
Yeah.
Ego.
What is the link between the mind, the brain, love? Where's the link to God?
I don't know why this is so hard. I could answer from within normal Christian paradigm from the text of the Bible and give you the answer to that question. The way the Bible
because
states
Jill's
it,
terrible at representing his own beliefs.
Well, that's
okay. So what the Bible would be claiming is that God is the source of love, that the Holy Spirit is the transmission of love, and since we experience love, that's of God. That's the claim.
Yeah,
or the existence of these realities which is what I just said.
I don't want to interrupt you, but again,
so what's your explanation for love?
Chemical.
It's the origin of love.
Chemical reaction in the brain.
Chemical reaction in the brain. Stay away from innocent.
Which you agreed
people.
You're adding another thing, God. You agreed that love was a chemical reaction in the brain. You're just saying because love exists, although it's a chemical reaction in the brain,
It's a
it
chemical
demonstrates God. So you're just adding God to something that we know exists and we know why it exists.
Right. It's a chemical reaction.
So what is your explanation for why is it linked to God?
God is love.
God.
God is love.
Yeah.
He
God
laughs at a chemical reaction in the brain.
God created your brain.
Here.
He created your brain. Yes. That's
Because,
why it behaves the way it behaves.
Right.
What's that, Hillary's?
What
I just said,
evidence
yep,
do you
you
have
heard
for
it
God?
here. God is oxytocin.
So what
Consciousness.
evidence, Jill, what evidence do you have that God is love?
What evidence do I have that God is love? What evidence do you have that love just came, or it's just a reflection of, or it's just chemicals
I'm asking
in
you
your
a
brain?
question. It doesn't matter what I think.
Oh, it doesn't. It does
is
matter
your-
what you think.
You are claiming that
We're
God
having
is
a
love.
conversation.
What is your evidence that God is love?
You're just going to keep asking me for more evidence
Until you answer, yeah.
like
it's actually
the God of the Bible cannot be
some evidence.
refined. He
You
cannot
haven't
be
answered yet.
broken down into a test tube.
Your
Sorry.
claim was that God is love. What evidence do you have that God is love?
Actually,
God
the
does
evidence
what
that the
he
Bible
says.
has that. Go ahead,
God does
Joe.
what he says when he says he will do it. And
Okay,
he
that was a
saved
non-answer.
mankind. God
That's
is
a
love. He
non-answer.
saved mankind.
Kill all the firstborn.
You're asking me how. You're asking me to show how God is love. Is that what you're asking me?
It's actually interesting, David, that you don't see Yahweh in the Bible until there's Adam. There is no Yahweh anywhere in the text until there's Adam. The reason for that is because the God in the Bible are immaterial constructs of human mind. They are things like logic, love, empathy, things like that. So it's not that we are making God per se. It's more like the animal that we are needs God. And naturally occurring, naturally justified by the animal that we are.
Yeah, man made God in his own image.
The greatest expression.
Well, not exactly, because that's flawed, David, because man has no choice about what he is.
The greatest expression of God's love, it's not one thing to say, hey, how do you love me? It's what you do. The Bible sets that precedent. It's not what you say, it's what you do.
I'm just gonna until you answer the question.
I am answering the question. The greatest expression of God's love is communicated to us in John 3:16.
No, the question was, what evidence do you have that God is love?
I'm giving you the evidence, sir, if you allow me to finish.
Right. What is the evidence?
It's communicated through God's actions, not through what he says. Most people will say, well, the Bible says that God is love. Well, yeah, that's true. But he also expresses his love by giving himself up for us, by dying for us.
Love is also a door and bread.
According to the Bible, God gave himself up to us. So your evidence that God is love is that it says it in the Bible.
The evidence that God is love is that historically it's been recorded that God came in the flesh and died for us so that we may have eternal life.
So
historically it's been recorded.
So God is
we can
love.
also say the same thing about like superheroes, right?
Yeah, superheroes, sure.
So it was historically recorded that Gilgamesh existed and did all
Gilgamesh
that
sacrificed himself for
so
humans.
God is love because
he
it says
did.
in the Bible.
So the greatest act.
God is love.
The greatest act of love. Any military,
your best evidence,
ex-military will tell you, is sacrificing yourself for.
Fuck off, Joe. Your best evidence that God is love is because it says in the Bible that God is love and Jesus died for. This is worse than poor. This is worse than piss poor. Your best evidence that God is love is because it says in the Bible that God is love, and it says in the Bible that Jesus died on the. That's
I could deny history.
Jill, even you,
Wait,
must be
David,
able.
you're not trying to suggest this is circular reasoning, are you?
I don't have to.
It's,
I don't have to accept all
it's
of history. I don't have to accept it. That's fine. That's your
right.
prerogative. But that's what the
Right.
text says.
So what is Jill? What is your best evidence that God is love?
Now, if you're asking, I just told you the greatest expression of God's love
Very,
is
very
that
simple
He
question.
gave His life for the whole world.
And how do you know that
Okay,
from the Bible?
that is the evidence
Jesus
of
died
God's
on the
love.
cross. Right.
Yes,
So your best evidence that God is love is because it says it in the Bible.
that's one of the evidences. I don't like to use the word best. That's one of the evidences that God loves us because He sent His only begotten Son to die for us, die for our sins, so that we may live forever. That's
According to the
love.
Bible. Says someone didn't.
According to the Bible, yes.
Says
Yeah.
someone didn't.
Now, the next question begs the question.
No. Says someone didn't agree or believe that the Bible was true. What would that mean? Would God still be love? If your best evidence is that you must believe the Bible is true. If you don't believe the Bible is true, what would be the evidence that God is love?
He's going to pretend he didn't hear the question because he earlier claimed that when he leaves, he doesn't listen.
You don't have. You're going to have to allow me to finish the thought before you put me backstage. Otherwise, I lose my place. I lose my thought. So,
Right.
not sure
So your best, I'll catch you up. So your best evidence that God is love is because Jesus died on the cross, which
I
you
didn't say. I don't like to use the word
which,
back,
which,
but
you,
yeah.
which you only know from the Bible. So I'm
Okay, so that begs the question. If I can speak for 2 seconds without being put backstage, so that begs the question: why do we believe the Bible has the correct revelation of God?
Yes. Why do you believe that?
Because now we get into looking at the scriptures and comparing it to other holy books. The Bible is the only book that has the manuscript support or evidence.
Jill, you've had 20 seconds. What I'm asking is, you're claiming that what is the best scripture, and if we look at all the scriptures, which is the best one, but that is presupposing that God already exists. What if God doesn't exist?
Well, the evidences that are given when you look at these texts and examine them leads me to believe that God exists.
Right? Is it possible that God doesn't exist and all these books exist describing different God?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. When you look at the evidences, no. If you got the lotto numbers right every year or every month,
it's not even possible that God doesn't exist.
It's not. No.
It's not possible that God doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah. When you look at the evidences that the Bible presents, the predictive prophecies.
So you're looking at a religious text, and there are thousands of them, and
all of them are religious texts, but only the Bible has prophecy.
Yeah, but because there are religious texts, like thousands of them, you're saying a God must exist. It's impossible that a God doesn't exist.
There could be
religious texts.
Yeah, we believe God. Well, we believe personally, on a personal level, we have a relationship with God first and foremost. So
what you believe.
These are all outside of our personal relationship. These are things that actually support our faith. So that first and foremost, the Christian has an internal witness or a personal witness. Okay, these are just icing on the cake.
This is
prophecy, archaeological evidence, manuscript.
If it's that poor, why entertain it?
I know. It's because I don't like kicking people. Do you know what I mean?
No, he wants to be kicked. Don't you know he's argumentative to be kicked? Because it makes him seem right.
He's a martyr.
Yep, gotta be fair.
By the way, Hillary's has been putting some really interesting and true statements in your side chat.
Well, thank you.
Right, Jill's gone. Jill's kicked. But the reason was it's because what Jill says is the same as a lot of Christians say.
Sure.
So when I'm arguing against Jill,
why are you struggling with this? You already know it has to be wrong. You already know. Why don't you accept your right? David, is it possible you're right? Is that possible logically?
Yeah, logically. Yeah.
And how would you know if you're right or not? How about this as a measurement? If something doesn't comport with reality, it's probably wrong.
No, it's definitely wrong.
So is that not good enough for you?
Yeah, I just can't believe that I'm right.
Is my audio working?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nettie in the chat said, I heard the greatest act of love was actually letting Wild Heart finish his sentence.
I love that one. That was good.
And sorry, Assembly of God, I'm on a different StreamYard and YouTube is fucked up, so I can't make you a mod. But yeah, I appreciate you being here. I'll make you a mod next time. Yeah, I don't know why I care. And I don't even care if I'm right or not. It's really weird.
Well, actually, I think we are naturally Israel, struggling with God. We naturally do this, and that's fine. And we should have these conversations and say what is and isn't reasonable. We should. It's good for us. It sharpens our logic. It applies to other parts of life, whether or not a person is thinking well thinking well about things generally. So it's very healthy to accept reality and act on it and have success and have a happier life. That is all beautiful. But how much do you need to review that something can't be true before you just reject it?
Yeah. That is a good point. I should just reject it at this point.
I mean, if I were you, I'd trust me more.
And trust yourself, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
I think the problem is, and I accept what you said, and I should do that. But I think the problem is I can't understand why other people believe it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that's pretty simple.
And go, Richard.
No. Right. Go ahead, Sam.
Oh, well, I was going to say, to me, people like Jill, it's their cognitive dissonance, because you can see when you present him with logic and things, he has to use all sorts of gymnastics to defend and apologize. Why does he have to do apology?
Yeah.
If there's nothing to apologize for, it would make sense. It would be logical. I'd be like, yeah, I don't agree, but it makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. That is the other thing. Why are other people so certain that they're right? And why do
Wait a minute.
I know I argue for my position, but that's only because I want to understand why I'm wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so Dave, there's intellectual honesty and then there's comfort. Some people choose comfort over intellectual honesty and rigor. Okay? Just because you're choosing rigor and intellectual honesty doesn't make you better or worse. It's just your personal preference. And I find that is pretty universal in atheists.
Yeah.
And
that's the point. I'm not trying to say that I'm better or I'm good for doing it. I just literally can't understand. I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm just listening. And Jill's back. Should I let him back on? He must have come.
Sure. Next year, about this time, you should let him back on. But for now, so we can just finish the thought before you let him back in.
No, you go.
Look, we only have so many ways to measure what's true. Okay? And actually, we can't say what is true. We can only say what is impossible. So we have an elimination process. Yeah. One of those elimination processes is, does it comport to reality? Another one is, does it make sense to me rationally? Another one is, does it align with me morally and my actual experience of people? And if it doesn't meet any of those, it should be thrown away. Now, people who will deny part of what a human is by denying one of those rational processes of elimination are definitionally cognitively dissonant. That's what we see in religious people. Yeah.
That the babies died in the flood because the giants had already eaten them.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
But that is cognitive fucking dissonance in its most extreme form.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good example. Because the giants ate the babies first.
Yeah, it's like,
which is just a cop out. It's a Satan did it.
Yeah,
but it's
just
like,
leads to them. Why'd God let Satan eat the babies?
Yeah, it's an ad hoc rationalization, is what it is.
Yeah.
But it's like, why should I care?
I don't know. Why do you care?
I don't know.
Because you're struggling with God. You're literally being Israel.
But I don't think
it's true, but David, think about it.
You should always do this. It's annoying.
You want to. It's the same as me. I'm a staunch atheist, but I still want to know if there's a God.
Yeah. It's weird.
Well, you guys are intellectually honest enough with yourself to say something like, I could paraphrase it as, if a thing is true, I want to know about it.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I think I've got it. I want to know how people that don't have enough evidence to believe that God exists, believe that God exists.
Well, the answer was pointed out by Nerdy Rodent. Nerdy Rodent pointed out, made an observation, or maybe it was Hillary's. It starts with a quotation of Jill in your side chat. It's rather lengthy. It's about 5 lines.
Yeah.
Can you find that? Let me see if I can find it. No, that's not it.
No.
How did it start?
No, it was about Jill talking about why he came to believe as an adult, what he happened to have been taught for the first 12 years of his cognitive life.
That was me. That was me about
that was
23 minutes ago. I said, once I was old enough to think for myself, I thought what I'd been taught to think up until then for 12 years.
There it is. Quote, once I was old enough. And it's at 8:57.
Well, that's what I said 23 minutes ago, because it's different for different time zones.
Yeah, but I was trying to give him, it is different my fault.
But that makes sense for a lot.
Well, it's at 57 past.
But there are some people what come to God like later on in life, and they've not been indoctrinated. They're atheists, and then they became religious.
There's reasons for that, and the JWs are a big one to latch onto those reasons. Is trauma,
isolation,
mental health, isolation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of people's fears of things like that. Like I'm not socially accepted. Look, everyone feels like they're a little bit not socially accepted because every human is different and you're not perfectly anyone else. So of course we feel some distance, and religions often take advantage of that fear that we have.
One of the favorite examples that they like to flash is the witnesses who have been indoctrinated later in life because they'd lost a loved one, and during their grieving and crying out to God, there was a knock on the door, and it was the Jehovah's Witnesses with a message that you can see them again on Earth and live with panda bears and eat watermelons and stuff.
and have a beard like Kenny Rogers.
Kenny
Yeah.
Rogers.
But wouldn't it be weird if there were all these like human reasons to believe in God? You're indoctrinated, or like you said, the fear of death, or wanting to be with your loved ones.
Sure.
And it also happened that God did exist. Wouldn't that be weird? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
And that leaves
that
the
might be
question:
coincidental.
would God accept that?
Mm.
Because did you
What,
really know the true God?
You're believing things for all the wrong reasons. Would God accept that? I tell you what, I'm fairly happy when my child, I haven't had any kids, but as an example, when my child acts correctly for the wrong reasons, I'm relatively satisfied with that.
Same. Because
I'm
there
saying,
are times where the result is more important.
But I'm saying if there are thousands of different religions on Earth, all of them are made up by humans, and there are psychological and emotional reasons for us to make them up. Wouldn't it be more weird if that was true and an actual God exists?
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? That would be more weird.
That'd be pretty
See,
coincidental.
for most of the world who believe in a God, that is the case for them. Because they think there's a whole world of people believing in pretend gods, but there is an actual God, and I've got him.
But there's evidence, and I'm sorry to say, but it comes across that I'm disagreeing with you. I'm not. I'm just saying that, like, we have evidence, lots and lots of evidence, that humans have the penchant, if I can use a French phrase, a penchant for making up gods. So we know that humans do that. If one God existed, that would be really weird. Do you know what I mean?
Against the Assembly of God's assertion. Go ahead, sir.
It would be weird that a creator God, like in the sense of the Christian God, created a bunch of creatures that just created a whole bunch of other wrong gods.
That would be funny. Although I think the set of immaterial constructs God described in the Bible are aspects of our mind and our morality and things like that, our ability of empathy for each other. That those immaterial constructs are real in the actual sense. Like if you go to the dictionary and you look for the word wisdom, it's going to be a noun. And that's because it's an idea. So ideas actually exist in reality. They're just immaterial constructs. We can see them happen chemically in the brain. They're actual. There's nothing to argue with saying, is God actual? In my view, yeah. Like it can be proven, you know?
Oh yeah. Actual in that sense. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. But like the physical being outside of like human minds.
Well, but the problem is that there's plenty of practitioners who look at their religion that way, that it's claiming there's a physical God. But what you can't find is that in the actual stories they're referring to.
No, and what you do find is that those cultures believed in very real physical beings of gods, basically humans that lived in the heavens.
Yeah, on the mountaintop or on some remote area you can't get to. Yeah. Of course, I always find that that's plural, and I believe it's referring to angels, not the God. You know, it's talking about.
We say God now, but as you know, they had words like Nephilim, like which probably they meant more like you mean, like angel than actual gods.
Mm-hmm. Like Hillary's pointed out before, I think it was Hillary's, that the word Elohim could be daemon, which could be a good or evil messenger.
Yep.
It really doesn't define that. It's not part of the word. So just like the Christians will conflate the terms Father and God, because in the story, the Father is teaching the Christ, representing God to the Christ. They'll conflate the two as if they're the intended reader when they can't be. That's logically impossible. And I think other religious people in other parts of the world will do the same thing. That they'll make, although Shiva is an embodiment of the Brahman, there's no reason to believe that Shiva is the Brahman, for instance. But there's still practitioners who think about it that way.
Just as the Christ isn't the Father.
That's right. It can't be. And as soon as you ask Christians a few questions about the experiences, you're going to find individualization between the Godhead, and they don't confuse that one is the other, but they do claim that one is the other, which makes no sense. Like if I ask, did the Father hang on the cross?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it always has to end. This is something I've noticed. It's unfortunate for them. But it always has to end basically with them insulting your intelligence. That's the only
What else
argument.
do they have?
That's the only argument left. You just can't comprehend the Trinity.
There was a priest that said that. Well, he calls himself a priest, but biblically he can't be a priest. That's against the Bible when they call themselves a priest or a father. That's wrong. But they use those kinds of titles trying to grasp at authority they don't actually have. Who tried to tell me that that's a mystery of the faith. And the first thing that entered my mind was,
those.
Oh my gosh, it's horrible. It's like a mechanic that tells you your car has personality. No, what you got is a mechanic who doesn't understand cars. It's not a mystery of the car. There's no mystery of the faith. There's only your lack of understanding.
And it leads to comments like, yeah, God is illogical. And they have no understanding of the very words coming out of their mouth. God is illogical.
Yeah, I've heard him say that God is above logic, which doesn't make any sense. But there is a conundrum there. Is God subject to logic? Well, they're going to say God's subject to nothing, so they have to say God's not subject to logic, which means that God's illogical. Well, what are you going to do with that?
Yeah. Maximus, the Welsh guy that was on here last night, we had that exact argument. I asked him, could God do something that was illogical? He said no. Right. But if you say that God is all powerful, he said yes.
Oh, it's worse than that. God doesn't even have the power of choice.
Yeah.
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 That's right. He couldn't understand that if God is omnipresent, he can't move. Like, why does he come down from heaven and stuff?
Yeah, can't move, is everywhere, and comes down.
And he would just say, oh, now you're limiting God. You're limiting God. What?
No, what the problem there is not that the person making the argument is limiting God. It's that they're giving the being personage Jesus the titleship of God being everywhere, and conflating those two. And it's literally true. It's logically true that a being can't be both everywhere and one specific place in its fullness. That can't be both true.
But I think the Christians that say that God is omnipresent and they're the ones that are limiting God.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
as soon as you said that God is omnipresent, you're saying there's something he cannot do.
Yep. Move.
He cannot not be somewhere. As soon as you
And
say
what he doesn't get.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. Leaving some location is a power. It's a power that I hold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. And what he doesn't get is that he thinks we've limited God by now saying God can't move. Not understanding that that's the thing he has done.
Right.
We're not saying God can't move. We're telling you you're saying God can't move. And he can't
you're
even,
observing his beliefs. You're not creating the belief.
Yeah. And he's not quite there.
We're explaining what you just said, and then you disagree with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If God is omnipresent, he is everywhere. How can he come down? Yeah, he can't.
I think actually all the logical contradictions from within Christianity are valid against Christianity. But I don't find it interesting anymore.
Yeah. To be fair,
and I've noticed I've noticed the change, David. Why am I calling you David? It's because of you, D-Doc. Because you call him David. Wild. I feel like you're in trouble if I say David. I only say that when I'm angry.
Everyone knows I'm David.
You seem to. You're a lot more coherent and like switched on in your arguments. You're less argumentative. I think I did too many twos in there.
Sometimes, yeah.
You seem to be more switched on in that than you were for a while there. And but did you see the difference of you towards Jill now? Like, it's not that they're piss poor. The arguments haven't changed. You're just realizing it's like
how piss poor they are.
It's lame. Yeah, it is. He is just a chew toy, and if you're not gonna just like kick him around and chew on him, then there's not really much point letting him control your whole show.
Yeah, but it does bring up its own problems. I appreciate that, Sammy, and I know that I'm more like kind of tuned in, but I find that people that used to like me don't like me anymore. Like the Christian channels, like Praise.
Yeah.
And now I'm making better arguments.
That's why they don't like you.
That's why they don't like me.
Why the hell would they like that? They like it better when a person is mentally discombobulated.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they hope that they can get you because they don't care who they get because it's just a notch on the wall. Oh, look, we got Wild Heart, the raging.
Oh, it's predestined by God.
Yeah, another soul. Yeah.
And Jill was so excited. He thought he was going to do Bible studies and shit. I still giggle at he thought that was ever going to happen. But
look, if you devote 5 minutes of your time, just 5 minutes, and you're of average intelligence, to the no true Scotsman fallacy, you should be able to understand it in that amount of time. It's not that complicated. But if you can do like hours of talking about it and get it wrong,
and do it constantly.
That's a good point.
That is like his main sin. To me, sin is fallacious thinking or speaking or acting, and his main one is that.
Well, if you took the Bible literally, what it means to sin is to miss the mark which is established by God. The marks established by God are wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation. So whenever you miss wisdom, you're sinning.
Yep.
But if you think about it like on a global scale, like billions of Christians are doing Bible studies.
Mm-hmm.
And all of those billions of Christians disagree on what the Bible means.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
And
But
they
I would ask of
all
you,
have a different God.
Yeah.
Yes,
So isn't that evidence that even if the Bible was completely true, if billions of people can read the Bible and have their own interpretations and disagree with the other billions of people, what is the difference between the Bible being true and no one understanding it and the Bible being false? Like, functionally, that will be exactly the same.
Yeah, sure, it's functionally exactly the same until end times when the divine hiddenness is done away with. What makes you think this is an accident?
Yeah. It's just,
Yeah, from a Christian perspective, it makes no sense.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Yeah. It's just so many Christians are convinced that they have the true interpretation and they are right.
And have you noticed
That's what I
that
don't
when
understand.
you bring that up, and because I always take the well, then how do I find God, or how do I know which God, or how do I know
Yeah.
you'll get
Well,
answers like,
Yeah.
oh, that's when you need another man to tell you. So you need another human to help you to understand God.
Yeah.
I don't want to explain God to you, but I do want you to admit your own experience that closer than your jugular vein to your mind is actually your brain and your mind itself. That's what you are. And as soon as you say something like, I value wisdom, knowledge, counsel, the whole list, and everyone does. I see no exceptions except for absolutely insane people. We're already admitting that intrinsically a part of us is God.
But sorry, Richard, this is why you're so annoying. Because I agree that your God exists. This is why you're so annoying. Like when you say all that, I agree with all that, and when you say all your arguments from the Bible and that, I agree with them. I can't argue with them.
Well, more than that, I can show it to you from the text that I'm not making this up. It's actually there, and it needs no assumptions whatsoever.
Yeah, but I'm partially joking. Do you know what I mean?
No, but you're joking, but you're not joking, and I respect you. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think there's certain people not worth arguing with, and I think there's certain people worth arguing with, and I obviously am here arguing with you. I think you're worth arguing with. So if you think that I'm a rational person trying to exercise logic and you find me trying to argue with you, that's a compliment.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's why Jill keeps coming back, man.
Divinity is literally the best part of us that we can be living embodiments of the God, the wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation. In fact, if you think about societies, the most successful parts of society and societies as a whole either are exercising that or are benefiting from it. Exactly that list of things.
Yeah, it's like you say, like everyone believes in that, even if you don't call it God. Those lists of 7 things, like everyone, I would argue that everyone on Earth kind of believes in that. Do you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
in the Epic of Ramayana, there's a 3-hour speech by Shiva to one of the emanations of Shiva who's in a war, right? And he's trying to explain to him, logic and morality, right? So the text is taking the time and trouble to explain exactly what it means by rationality, by reasoning. I mean, it takes the time and trouble to explain all this, right? In great depth and personal experience. It even hits it from different angles so many minds can grasp the concept. But no one can rationally say, like, I don't use logic and I hate philosophy.
Yeah.
Well, you're using logic and making a philosophical statement. When you say that, it's impossible to get away from.
Yeah. That's the problem with like free will. I was talking to JG yesterday on Theo's
I'm
channel.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, but that's the problem. Like, you have to assume logic. The only way you could defeat logic is to assume logic in order to defeat it. It's kind of, you know what I mean? It's kind of
Well, the only other way around that is to be completely irrational and claim that that's okay. Nope, I'm just all in my feelers. I don't care about logic whatsoever. Feelings are supreme, and I just feel like logic is doesn't matter. Okay, well, that can't be argued with. Now you're talking about someone's opinion.
Yeah.
For me personally, it's one of my what I feel is one of the biggest arguments against the Christian God.
Sure. Which is funny because it's part of the list of what the Christian God is in the Bible.
Yeah.
It's like they should notice that.
Yeah, which is why you get all the arguments about logic, like, can God lift a rock? And they changed it from God is maximally powerful. Do you know what I mean? He can do everything that is logically possible because logic comes before God.
Right.
God is not the ultimate. God is subject to logic. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
Logic comes first.
Yeah, but then if you ask them directly, they'll claim that God is over logic.
Yeah. Yeah. With JG, he'll claim that God created logic.
Right.
Yeah. But then you ask him, but then you ask him, can do something that is illogical, like create a square circle, or he'll say no. Do you know what I mean? So
right.
It's just, it makes no sense.
If God is the Logos and God created logic, did God create himself?
Yeah, good question.
Oh, Richard, I've got a question. I've had this thought, and I think it's a good argument. If and this is going off the Christian God, like, if a God has always existed, he's eternal, he didn't have a beginning, then his attributes and his morality and everything about him will be arbitrary because nothing decided. Oh, you might have heard it before as well. Sorry, but nothing would have decided his attributes or his morality. So if the Christian God existed and he had always existed, everything about him will be arbitrary because nothing decided anything about him. He didn't choose his attributes. Nothing else did. So when Christians use the argument that morals come from God, what they're basically saying is that God's morals are arbitrary. They could have been the exact opposite.
Right. And they're simultaneously claiming might is right.
Yeah.
Well, look at the brain on Brad. Well done, sir. That was a good argument. Took me a minute to think about that, but yeah, no, you're right. It does make them arbitrary.
Yeah, and the only reason we would be accepting them as ultimates is because it's the God, which is a might makes right argument. Yeah.
Which is what it always comes down to, doesn't it?
That's why.
Yeah.
Well, because he's God. He has special this and special that. And
Yeah.
And lots of people special pleading.
Yeah, God's morality is arbitrary, but if you don't stick to it, He will burn you forever. I'm talking about the Christian God. Do you know what I mean?
Of course. No, it's a great observation.
Yeah, that is the only
yeah.
that is the only reason to follow Him. Do you know what I mean?
arbiter of these objective morals, pure, love, pure love.
Yeah. Your objective morality is arbitrary.
But if you don't,
I tell you, I've got something a lot more objective than that. Biology of human beings dictate that they need to eat to live. Okay, we need to consume things because we use things and we let off heat and we expend energy, right? So I can say objectively, if someone can't get food for themselves, you should give them food.
And you can't talk like this with Jill because he'll just go, "Oh, you're animal, see, blah blah blah." And we need to fuck, or we cease to exist.
That's true.
That's why we love. That's why we have these chemical reactions in societies where we embrace each other, and we've learned this is good. It's positive.
Well, we wouldn't be without them. And everything you said, not just sex, but hugging as well. Like public signs showing of affection to close and far kin is necessary for a society to prosper.
Why do we do this YouTube shit? Because we want to be around people. We want to,
of course,
connect with people.
Yeah.
You know, we're examples of it right now.
It's another kind of argument against God existing. Do you know what I mean? It's like we made up our morals, like in societies, because, like you said, we're social species and that. And then we project them onto God.
Sure.
So we decide what, and then we said that this is what God's put on. Do you know what I mean?
And this is where my mind's been like, and I have nothing concrete, but I've found my mind sort of starting to probe away from this concrete, rigid thinking of there's no possibility of some form of an objective morality. And I don't mean from a God, but I mean things like justice. Okay. Now, what it means to each person is not the question or the issue. And it's not an argument to say we all have different justice. Yeah. But we all have the idea of justice, of this is worth this, and if it's taken away, it should be paid back. Like whatever our idea of justice is. Can you call that objective?
But again, that comes from social, like we were speaking about before, like with monkeys.
Yeah. But don't we say, but objective means has to exist without the mind, doesn't it? Like outside of our minds.
Philosophically, yeah, but
no,
no,
outside of opinion. It's not outside of mind; it's outside of opinion.
I think
that changes
the philosophical definition, because I've looked it up, is outside of minds.
Well, I hear people always say mind, but I have heard opinion too.
Yeah, but apart from the philosophical definition, I agree with what you're saying.
Wait, David, you're making a differentiation without a difference. When we say mind, we're referring to how people think, right? So yes, it's outside of how people think. It's outside of mind. It's true in reality. It's objective. It has not based on anyone's beliefs or lack of awareness or awareness. That's not what it's based on. So could I say something like, it's my opinion I don't have to eat and I could be right?
That
No.
could be your opinion. You would be wrong.
Oh, could you just say
Yeah, it's my
it could
opinion,
be your opinion, but you wouldn't be right.
but I
Yeah.
wouldn't be right in reality, right? So that's the
No.
difference between subjective and objective. You can believe whatever you like, but it's better for you if you believe things that are true.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
so when we say it's outside of mind, we're saying it's outside of opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically. Yeah. Yeah.
And since we're only
That
talking about human minds ultimately here,
Mm.
we're only talking about human minds. It's a distinction without a difference.
that even if there are people who think it's okay to hurt babies, that it is objectively never okay to hurt babies.
Oh, well, if you make the ought that humans should survive.
Yeah.
Yeah. That gets into the is ought problem.
Well,
Do you know what I mean?
It's necessary though.
the is ought distinction is more primary than the is ought problem, because the distinction I think should be that if you don't have some kind of a moral goal like humans should exist, and
Yeah.
that's biased and that's subjective and arbitrary, and it's just based in tribalism, right? Humans should exist. Then you can't have, if you don't have the goal humans should exist, you could never create things you should do, right, in order to get to that goal. Like, I should feed other humans, I should feed myself, right? So
So
go ahead.
So,
I think that was the point. I could stop there.
yeah.
You guys are stupid.
Go into the objective, subjective. If humans didn't have the belief that humans should survive,
Mm-hmm.
it wouldn't be an objective fact that you shouldn't kill babies.
Right.
That
Which
would be
is
subjective.
which is why ultimately solipsism results in a complete lack of empathy.
Yeah, because there's no goals, there's no morals to be.
And why there is ought determination is more primary than the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Nice. That's the other reason why you do it, David. Just back to the why do you do it? See that little bit of, I don't know if we're getting dopamine, oxytocin, or what but that little buzz you get.
It does make
when
me
you
happy.
learn something. Oh,
that
I love
little
it.
confirmation.
I get so high from it. Yeah,
Our
that's the
brains
best
love
natural
learning.
high you can get.
Yeah, it's
in
pretty
my
awesome.
opinion. Next to jumping out of a plane.
Yeah,
you've jumped out of planes.
Yeah,
or at least one.
Yeah.
Several times.
I've seen the video. Yeah, at least one of them.
I don't know if I'd call that a natural high. It's pretty unnatural jumping out of a plane.
It's an unnatural high. Well, it's natural. It's natural that you want to exist, right? And then it's natural then that you want to preserve your own life. And then when you risk that by doing something that you know could kill you, and then it doesn't, and that's superiority. That's like it's recognized superiority over physics. And yes, you are.
Yeah. The landing is the best part. You're right. It is.
Now, the first time I jumped, I was actually very confused because I did a military jump with static line for deploying the chute. I did not get to choose when the chute deployed, right? There was a rope attached to the chute with a breakaway strand, right? And so I found what happened was my brain got very, very confused because I was standing upright. I hopped out of the plane. You're supposed to like do it kind of violently, hop out, right? And the first thing I saw looking down was the tail of the craft pass me by.
Wow.
Were you confused? Did you have that experience? Were you confused by that?
The first time, and absolutely, because the way we roll out of the plane,
Yeah.
yeah, I was totally disoriented for a while
Mhm.
until we were settled and in our position and that, and he tapped
It's
me
funny
that I could
in
put
a
my
free
arms out.
fall with no reference point, you really can't tell that you just turned upside down.
No, well, it wasn't until I looked down and
Yeah.
there was the plane, which I knew was above me now, but it was down. That's when I looked up to see the ground and realized, oh shit, we're upside down. It was quite.
Yeah, that really like confused my brain for about a second there. I was like, "What that? Oh, okay."
Because in your brain has no comparison, no reference frame to go back to.
Right.
It's a totally new experience. So
Yeah,
the
that
first
must be,
jump,
yeah.
I
Having no
like.
reference to anything. Yeah.
I didn't pass out or anything like that. I experienced the whole thing, but I don't have much memory at all. Like people would say, "Oh, what happened here?" and this and that. And it's like I remember jumping out. And the main thing I remember was like, oh, I can barely breathe. My ears are busting from the pressure. I feel like I didn't have goggles because I remember my eyes were like this. And yeah, it wasn't until he really pulled the chute. So that's why I wanted to do it again. But the second time, I was very present and aware and made sure I paid attention. And
Right
it
on.
was better than the first one.
Have
Oh
you
yeah,
still got? Have you still got that video, Sammy?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
it's
Do you want to show it if you want to?
Yeah, if I can find it all.
okay. Having jumped out of a
Shit.
plane, I want to try a squirrel suit.
Oh yeah,
I
that would be
know.
cool. Yeah, like a flying squirrel.
Unfortunately, they are in the thousands of dollars. They're not cheap.
Yeah. Can you
But
not like?
man, the only
Not,
thing better than an uncontrolled fall, which is similar to flight, would be a controlled fall, which is flight. Right? Even gliding
That is every little
sounds
boy's
awesome.
dream, isn't it?
I'm telling you, man.
Like
what
we all, I'm sure we all dreamt when we were kids of flying. Sometimes I had to swim
Through the air.
to make the flying happen, and sometimes I could just do it.
I had a weird thing. I had to be standing on something that was lifting me up.
I always had to get up high because I think I understood. Like you got to go up to space and gravity. The further away, the less gravity or something.
Yeah.
No.
I'm going to make an assertion. It's part of human nature to. Sorry, go ahead, sir. Hillary's. Everyone's waiting on you. Everybody's waiting on.
Oh, I must have a lag.
Hillary's.
I said I just stick my arms out. I just stick my arms out and then run from room to room.
that will work as well. What about the vomit?
You still do that, don't you?
I wish.
What about the vomit comment? Have you heard of that? The plane that picks you up and you go down, so you
the vomit comment.
Gravity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
That doesn't sound fun because you're still trapped in the airplane.
Yeah, yeah. And
I just feel like each crest, your stomach would just, when you go over a bridge in the car a little bit fast, and your stomach goes. Whoop. It'd just be that over and over.
Most people are being sick when they do it.
Tell what would be better is a durable, reusable, easily escapable, water droplet shaped aerodynamic containment system that goes around you when you jump out of a plane so that you can have a long free fall without resistance. That I think that would be imminent, that you can shed and then deploy your chute at some certain point, because that's all the plane is doing is stopping wind resistance in free fall. That's all the plane does, and it can only do it for what, 20 seconds at a time or something.
Yeah, it's like 20 seconds.
Well, 20 seconds. That's a bad joke.
And then, yeah.
Depending on your height, but we went to 15,000 feet. We got 30 seconds.
Right.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Which is, I'll tell you, feels like 5 seconds. It's not long enough.
Right.
It really
that
isn't.
would be just to experience like zero gravity. Do you know what I mean? It must change your kind of experience of things, you know, just to know what it's like. You know what I mean?
And do you know what? It was really part of the reason I think I don't remember a great deal was the amount of new experiences my brain went through that day. I had never flown in a plane up to that point.
Wow.
And I'm terrified of them, terrified of heights. And I have to get in this tiny little rickety plane. And I'm telling you, the only reason they got me in there was because I had a parachute strapped to my back. But then, and if I wasn't strapped to a big burly dude who he just got me out of the plane, I did nothing. I just hung there like a little baby.
But were you afraid of the heights? Like, I've been on planes and I'm
terrified.
Yeah, but
terrified.
Like with me, once you get over a certain height, do you know what I mean? It's not like
it's
I get
surreal, yeah.
I get terrified on a ladder, but being up that high, it's like
it's not as scary, yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, the higher the better, because if something goes wrong, that's more time for them to figure shit out. You know?
Yeah, you got more time before you hit the ground.
Yeah.
No, that's all rational in societies, because okay, we don't have a fear of heights. We have a fear of impacting. We call it the fear of heights.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a hit in the ground that'll do you damage.
Yeah, it's the sudden stop that we don't want, really.
He survived the fall, but the stop killed him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
He was fine.
Everyone survives the fall. The fall doesn't kill you. I mean, I guess you could die of a heart attack during a fall, I suppose, but just
you hope the fall kills you, actually.
You'd probably be wishing for that. Yeah. Because you don't want to actually feel the hit. Okay, so rationally, if you stand on the top of a very, very wide building and you're absolutely on the roof, and it's got a flat roof, there's no chance of you slipping and falling off. If you fell, you'd just be right wherever you are anyway. You don't experience fear. Walk over to the edge of that same roof where it is possible to fall, and you'll experience the fear. Okay? Yeah. So really what we're experiencing is a rational process of whether or not you're in a safe position. Well, how do you know if you're in a safe position or not? First of all, you see societally, you get societal verbal and nonverbal cues. Someone's sitting there on the rooftop having lunch. Well, that looks like no reason to be scared, right? So societally, then experientially, do you think the roof's going to fall? Well, it's got all this gravel on it. It's held up 3 feet of snow before. It can rain on it, which weighs more than me, and it doesn't collapse. I'm not collapsing this roof. It's fine. Same thing with the plane. When you're low to the ground, I think, then you're perceivably close to hitting objects. And then when you get very far away from the objects, you no longer are in fear that you're going to hit some object. And now you're talking about whether or not the plane is structurally sound and mechanically sound. Yeah. And then your brain will, like, consciously, unconsciously start running the statistics of plane crashes, And if you're a reasonable person, you're not going to be scared of that. Planes almost never crash.
I found myself looking out the window at the wings and the ailerons and things moving.
Yeah.
And just like we'd hit an air pocket or something, and I would see how much the wing would bend.
Yeah.
And I'd be like,
that's like
is that
constant
meant to do that much? I hope these things are built strong.
Yeah,
I'm just going to shut the window.
That's what makes it strong.
But that's like constant kind of
that built-in flexion is
flexibility.
Helps absorb it.
Right on.
That's why it was. You would see the wings flex, but the plane wouldn't move
flex as
like
much.
you would expect. Yeah.
Right. Well, you wouldn't want it to. You don't want that much pressure on the entirety of the wing. If it weren't flexible, then they'd have to move as a unit, which increases stress. Now you have a need for stronger materials, more of them. It causes all kinds. It's better if the wings flex.
Yeah, a lot heavier. Yeah, you want it to be as light as possible.
Which is one of the things I noticed my first time on a commercial air flight when I went overseas. It was like plastic. I felt like I was in a plastic milk jug. I don't know what you call them over there.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like, no wonder these things just disintegrate when they crash.
Do you know those polystyrene planes you used to get as a kid? Yeah, it's like one of them. Yeah, you want them to be as light as possible, but yeah, that will make them move an awful lot.
And I understand the logistics.
You want to break it apart on impact because that will absorb a lot of the energy and it'll actually be safer.
Yeah,
which I get that, like crumple zones in cars and that, but what, like, is it logistically that unfeasible to create a plane where, maybe too bad for the pilots, but the middle part can detach and just float down on
on parachutes.
That'd
be brilliant.
Yeah.
Why is that not being done?
Fuel cost be so much.
Yeah, why is
So human life's not valuable enough.
Well, it's valuable enough because you want enough people buying seats that you can keep your business afloat, right? So it has to appear safe enough, but does it need to be as safe as it could be? Well, no, people will still buy tickets.
Yeah, because people still have to get places. But if I had a choice, I'll book on the plane with the chutes.
First class will get the chutes, then middle class, and people who haven't paid so much. You know what I mean? Just
it's like you're on your own good luck.
Yeah.
Here's a life vest.
Plastic.
You only paid $50. Yeah, fuck you.
Blow here.
Yeah, we actually have parachute systems that slowed down the space shuttle once it contacted the planet, So we have parachutes strong enough to stop something or slow something down when it's going literally 1,000 miles an hour. Certainly a 400-mile-an-hour plane could carry enough parachutes, fuel economy right out the window, but could carry strong enough parachutes that should something go wrong, it just floats to the ground at about 30 or 40 miles an hour.
And don't we, I'm probably being a bit ahead of myself, but don't we have materials and things like we could have parachutes light enough and strong enough?
You're already light enough and strong enough. It's just they still do have weight. There still is more air resistance because the girth has to be increased because the parachute... Dave, I'm going to refresh.
No problem.
I had to translate it, but that was what he said, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Hillis, yeah. Sorry, I was.
I know, and it's a cost. No matter what excuse you come up with, there's a cost, and
sure. But I personally agree with you that human life would be worth the parachutes. I mean, let's say it increased
And
the price of your ticket by 5%. Would you pay that?
yeah,
See, no
to
problem.
know that if my plane crashed, I would
I'm
have
going
a
to gently hit the
massively
ground
increased
at,
chance.
at maybe
Even the
15 or 30
ocean,
miles an hour in a
land
big
in the
cushion seat.
ocean.
Yeah, no problem.
As long as that shit's sealed and we float till someone comes and gets us.
Oh no!
Yeah.
If it
Fine with
was
that.
see, that's not the
Why
problem.
has
If
no
it
one
was
thought
sealed,
of
it will pop. Like once you get up to altitude, that's why they. If you look at the airplane
Oh
windows, they've
yeah.
actually got holes between them
Little
to help
holes.
equalize. Yep.
Well, when we land in the water, everyone put their finger on a little hole.
Exactly.
What's wrong with that? Hey, here's an idea: parachutes to keep it descending slowly and upright, and all the holes are at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually,
They're way
Sammy,
too over it.
you should stop talking about. You should trademark this. Do you know what I mean? You shouldn't be putting this out on YouTube for free. Why haven't people done this before?
He's a humanitarian.
Cost.
He wants someone else to just start doing it.
There are some designs like
I
this.
just come up with the idea and
Yeah, there's a small private plane that actually does have a parachute that pops out and becomes a wing, and you glide down, like the one that JFK Jr. died in. I think that had one of those. And the thing is, the way the planes are designed, if the wings, even if the engine's all shut, the wings should let them glide to the ground. So, I mean, that's kind of what you're putting all your faith in, instead of a parachute that may or may not work well.
Yeah, it couldn't have worked that well if he died, to be fair.
Well, if he
Maybe.
didn't do it right, I don't remember the name of the plane, but I know that they have them that have like a parachute that pops up and like glides you to the ground.
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea.
And what happens? We got a couple of people with military.
I suppose you have to be over water. Like if you crash into a mountain, it's not really going to help. You know what I mean?
Right.
Parachute.
Actually, it would still help.
Yeah.
I mean, if your choice is minimum of 180 miles an hour crash versus a maximum of 60 mile an hour crash, which one would you choose?
Oh yeah, it will slow you down before you hit them. Yeah.
So that's better, significantly better.
Yeah.
So there's military people in the room.
Rescuers. See ya. Yeah. There's a question about.
Apparently, there's two manufacturers. One of them is called BRS, and the other one is called a Cirrus Airframe Parachute System.
Oh, what happens if you you hit your ejector seat or forget that. What happens if your parachute deploys when you're upside down?
Well, I've had that happen. So I had the worst luck in airborne school. Like everything that could go wrong, I experienced that, except for absolute parachute failure. But I experienced everything else. Okay, so what happened in a static line deployment of your chute? You are upside down when the parachute deploys. Every time. And what does that do? Well, it yanks you upside right. That's what it does. Because it's behind your back and trailing out past your feet, and you're upside down, and that becomes the point of resistance where it's hooked on your shoulders, and it just flips you the other way real sudden like.
Wow. That's got to be bad.
It's quite violent, which is why they tell you to put your chin on your chest and keep it there, because otherwise it might break your neck.
Oh, yeah. That's what
So if a plane is like say the circumstance is that they've got spatial, what do you call it when they lose awareness?
Vertigo. Yeah.
They can't tell when they're, it's all black. The instruments saying this and that instrument's saying that. They don't know if they're up or down.
Yeah.
They're usually falling at like several hundred miles by, when they hit the ground. I imagine any sort of parachute system would just tear the thing apart. It wouldn't be feasible.
What, for like a fighter jet? Is that what you're saying?
No, like if they tried to implement it, we were saying before, on commercial planes.
Well, commercial planes they're not going that fast. They're not going as fast as a space shuttle.
But they go up to 500 miles.
Sure.
And I'm talking about if they're in free fall and stuff.
500 miles ain't 500 miles an hour ain't crap for the parachutes we can build today. That's nothing.
Oh, really? Okay.
They usually deploy in 2 stages. There's a drogue chute that slows you down a little bit.
Slows you down a little bit.
Yeah, pulls out the main
I remember the force is one of the things when the chute deploys is quite excessive. And I just imagine everyone on the plane, you would instantly be like squashed against
you'd be pushed down into your seat really hard.
Yeah.
Down. Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, that's good. Would you be pushed up or pushed down?
Down.
Pushed forward.
You'd be pushed down and forward if the chute were behind you and above you.
Behind you, yeah. But if it was above you, you'd be down.
Yeah,
because the plane's going up, so it'll feel like you're going down, but the plane's actually going up.
Yeah, it's just slowing your descent. It's the same thing as if you get into a race car or a high performance car with someone and they take off, it pushes you back down in your seat. Or the plane during takeoff pushes you back down in your seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be the opposite of that.
Right. I'm just gonna play this video. This is parachute deployed.
But it floated to Earth with only minor injuries. Chris Van Cleve shows us how.
Oh my God! Cell phone video shows the 4-seat Cirrus airplane drifting slowly to the ground thanks to its onboard parachute. At the controls when the engine issues surfaced was former Walmart CEO Bill Simon.
We're losing all pressure. We're going to try to find a place that we're clear.
This Cirrus aircraft test video shows how the chute works. Launched by a rocket out of the back of the plane, it fully deploys within 8 seconds.
None of the people, I'm sure if you interviewed them, would ever think that we're going to need a parachute device, but they did, and there's a lot of thankful spouses and parents.
Boris Popov invented the device that's now in more than 30,000 aircraft. The idea came to him after his hang glider broke hundreds of feet in the air.
All the way down, I was formulating some promise to myself. I could have had some sort of a parachute device on board. So I promised myself if I survived that I would develop some sort of a ballistic or rapid deployed parachute.
Earlier this year, a pilot flying to Hawaii deployed the chute on his Cirrus over the Pacific Ocean when he had a fuel problem. In 2009, a chute brought this plane down safely into a DC suburb.
You pull down, and then with 2 hands, you pull straight down, about 40, 45 pounds of pressure, and the parachute, which is in the back of the plane, will deploy.
It is a standard feature in Barry Goldberg's 2015 Cirrus.
Ultimately, the parachute is a safety feature of last resort. I have one more tool in my bag as a pilot to ultimately end a situation successfully.
The parachute maker says its devices have saved at least 361 lives. Scott, in this most recent incident, the FAA and NTSB are now investigating.
Chris Van Cleve. Thanks, Chris.
Supercharge your business with the all-new shop.
I just love that the guy who invented it was called Pop-Off. Pop-Off parachute.
When the first scene showed and that plane shot it out the back, it lost all of its cruising speed.
Yeah.
And that my heart just went, I was there and it was like, fuck, I hope this parachute works because we ain't gliding in now. Like, at that point, it's all on the parachute.
Yeah.
And I was waiting for like the plane to swing upside down, but
That was good.
Yeah, to answer your question, Sammy, when an ejection seat ejects, it ejects with great force to get away from the plane, and then it deploys its parachute, and that brings you upright no matter what your position. And the idea of jettisoning the seat is to get the parachute away from the plane which it could catch on.
yeah. I just thought, because the parachute uses the air to unfurl, that, like, can you get tangled up in it?
That happens occasionally in extreme situations, like say one of the rockets in a fighter jet that actually propel the seat out of the cockpit. One of them didn't fire, so he gets propelled out of the cockpit in his chair, but he's spinning at a very high rate of speed, right?
Yeah.
And then the parachute deploys. Same thing with a jumper in a plane. If they do something stupid and they're twisting, falling through the air, you can get a parachute. There have been people who've been decapitated by parachutes, for instance.
Yeah.
With
I don't doubt it because of the force when you. What were you going to say, Hillary's?
With the fighter jet, the chair usually goes up on rails so that if one side of the rocket doesn't fire, it'll still keep it basically straight, though.
Oh, they found a way to address that. Good.
Yeah, but you're right that once it blasts through the canopy, if it's only got the rocket on one side, it will tumble, like you mentioned, though.
So yeah, Sammy, your point is well taken. It happens rarely.
Which is the other reason why there's no parachute in commercial planes, because the cost to need ratio isn't there. Like, and the more time goes on, the less planes crash, unless you're Boeing in America last year. But
Quantum never crashed.
And Canon just I posted the link again, so everyone for Impact Midnight is going to be here, basically.
But with the wings, they're already deployed. With a parachute, you're hoping that it deploys properly, but if it doesn't, you don't have any person that could, jiggle the, I'm not sure if they're called risers, but whatever. I know that when people do go to jump school, like they have to learn how to disentangle the, whatever they're called.
Yeah, I've had a Dolly Parton and I've had a cigarette roll dysfunctions of my parachute all in 5 jumps when I had no experience. I've had both of those things happen and survive them by following the rules that they brief you on and have you practice before you ever jump.
A Dolly Parton and a cigarette roll, that sounds like a good Friday night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. Well, the terms were invented by Army guys, so go figure.
Hello, beautiful people.
Hello, Midnight. So you have your main risers, which are thick nylon straps, sewn together. It could hold more than 5 times your body weight in a sudden stop. It's something in the tens of thousands of Newton meters or something ridiculous. You could pick up a car with one of those damn harnesses, but then from there you have your 550 cord and several strands of that. Well, depending on who packed the chute and how well and how much you twisted, and if something went wrong, you could have paracord around your parachute preventing it from opening or only allowing a partial opening. When a paracord crosses over something close to the center of a big round parachute and splits it in half, making two breast-like shapes. They call that a Dolly Parton. Okay. And if you have several of them twisted around your chute, and it's acting like a streamer and it looks like a hand-twisted cigarette, they call that a cigarette roll. Both of them are bad.
Yeah, the Dolly Parton one makes sense now. Two breast shaped. Yeah.
It looks like a giant bra. Yeah.
So what were you thinking during those? Just about what you had to do?
Well, the Dolly Parton only means you're going to hit the ground hard. Okay? But a cigarette roll is like having a really cool looking extra big streamer behind you as you fall at almost full rate. That's like death on a stick. Okay, so when the Dolly Parton happens, you go, oh crap, I'm going to hit the ground hard. This is going to suck. You know? And maybe you tug on your risers and you try to get yourself, you know, like swinging back and forth really hard, and it'll slide off one side, and it usually will. But you're not going to die from a Dolly Parton. And you already know that because they tell you about these things. But if you get a cigarette twist, you get a cigarette roll in your chute, and you know you're passing up everybody, and you're going like 5 times the speed of everyone else, and that's obvious to you. I'll tell you what your brain thinks. Ah! That's what your brain thinks.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Your brain just freaks out. That's what happens.
Wow.
So did all this happen when you were in the military?
Yeah.
Richard?
I'm a 5 jump chump. I needed the points for promotion to get to E5, so I took every school I could. And I had a high enough PT score that although my unit was not a parachuting unit, we did have a certain amount of slots, and I beat out lots of guys, and I got a slot to airborne school.
Yeah, that's cool. So to bring it back to religion, when you were in those situations and you thought you might possibly
Richard's
die,
favorite words, can I say?
Yes.
And you thought you might possibly die, did your mind like go towards God? You know, like no atheists and foxholes and that kind of thing.
The truth of the matter is my brain freaked out, and I didn't have time to think in those situations, and I was not thinking. And in both situations, something other than my brain took charge of my body and made my body move in certain ways that saved my life, even though I wasn't thinking at all.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's cool. So
the primitive brain, or
do you have an explanation of that? Or
there are only so many possibilities in my view.
Yeah.
I could call it a possession. I could say the reptile brain. Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's a great differentiation there. I mean, experientially, how would I justify one over the other? I can't.
But it's for practical cases, it's the same thing.
You unlock social instinct.
Right. And the only claim I could make is the complexity of the movements necessary to save my life would not be reptile brain kind of complexity functions.
Yeah.
That's the only argument I can make. Okay, so the motorcycle.
I mean, how do you know?
I was about to say.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You don't know, but at some level of complexity, it's too complex for the reptile brain. And here, that's what I'm asserting. Okay, so like, why would the reptile brain be able to take a motorcycle going 60 miles an hour, a 2-foot deep, 4-foot wide ditch appearing in front of the motorcycle, 45 feet away? How did the reptile brain, lock up the front brake, slide the ass end around, go into a total, both tires locked up sideways slide for about the next 40 feet, bringing it down to 15 miles an hour, letting go of the rear brake, allowing the motorcycle to straighten back out, simultaneously bringing the motorcycle to an upright from a 45-degree angle position, bringing the steering wheel back around, letting go of the front brake as well, popping it into second gear. So you cross the hole at about maybe 7 to 10 miles an hour instead of 60 miles an hour. How did the reptile brain do all that?
Yeah, that is really good kind of evidence for some. I don't know what it is, but like that suggests like knowledge that your brain couldn't have had. Do you know what I mean?
That's what I'm claiming. Yes, that's precisely what I'm claiming. That look, stunt
I don't know.
drivers. We've seen stunt motorcycle drivers do stuff like that, right? Maybe you saw that in a movie, but I tell you what, your reptile brain and your mammal brain and your coordination and all that sort of thing would take practice. Okay.
Yeah.
And the most likely answer is the reptile brain is going to go into fight or flight. Neither one of those work in that situation, and you're going to die.
Yeah, like I said, like fight or flight wouldn't explain it. You would have to have information that you couldn't have had.
Yeah, meanwhile, my brain was screaming, and I didn't know what to do, and I'm just telling you what my body did.
Yeah. Like especially,
I mean, I wish I had film footage of it because it looked like something out of Born Identity movie. It was freaking ridiculous.
Did it go into slow-mo? I've heard that. Like when you're in those kind of situations, everything slows down.
I've had that.
Yeah.
I've had that one.
Yeah.
That is one of the most surreal things I've ever experienced. And
Yeah,
the
you got plenty of time
to think about what you need to do.
You got plenty of time.
Absolutely.
For me, I had plenty of time to scream and consider my own mortality. I'm sitting there screaming, going, "I'm going to die! I'm going to die! I'm going to die!" And it's all I could think about.
Yeah, admittedly, the same for me. I had all the time in the world, but I didn't do a goddamn thing except like shit myself and kiss my ass goodbye. But I just remembered like turning, and I had time to look at the driver and his face and reactions, and it was like, I was watching a movie, and he's like. And I had time to turn back to the guy in the back, and he's like, and I just remember like, it's so slow, and we're just floating through the air slowly. And the car was really bright inside. It was nighttime, but the car got really bright. And I was not scared. I felt nothing. Like I was at peace. It was a really peaceful thing. All the sound disappeared, and it was just a weird slow
looking out for you,
motion.
Sammy. You should thank him every day.
That's what people say, but I'm not convinced of that.
Well, obviously, I was being facetious.
I know you were. I know, but
it's
that's what our brain does. Like I believe our brain thinks, "Oh, we're about to die. This is going to be really fucking nasty. The nastiest thing we've ever experienced, death. Let's make it as nice as possible," and pumps us full of happy drugs.
I think that's true.
Which is why I think deathbed people see relatives and they're like, "Oh, they said this," like, "Oh, Uncle such
of course,
and such is
your
at the
brain had your
bedside."
brain
They're
high as
fucking
hell.
hallucinating.
Yeah.
Of course.
DMT, I think a lot of that gets, like when you think you near death, like a lot of DMT gets released into your body.
Released, yeah. And like nurses will know when people's time is coming because they'll start to see relatives and things, and
right,
like it's almost like clockwork. Which
Yeah,
for
it
some people is
explains.
just evidence for an afterlife.
Well, to them, I would ask why Hindi people see Hindi God and in Hindi heaven, and
Yeah.
Christians see Christian God in Christian heaven in an NDE.
Yeah.
Yeah, you rarely find a Hindu seeing Jesus Christ when they have a near
Yeah,
death
that's a bit rare.
That's a bit weird. Yeah.
And that's probably why, like, for me, my experience was harder to explain, to dismiss as something supernatural. Yeah, I can just do the usual skeptical science, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't have angels or demons or jinn. Like, it was just an experience where time was slowed down. There was an unknown light source. And when I should have been panicking, I was just such at peace. I can't describe it. Like, when it was over, I was upset that was over.
I'm all right. Nobody worry about me.
But that goes along with like the religious thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Sammy, you're an atheist, so you didn't have any.
So I didn't have any. You're right.
Just had the slowing down in the thing. Yeah, if you'd have been a Christian, you know, you might.
I probably saw Christ. Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But the thing about the slowing down of time was it wasn't just like I experienced it. Like, I wasn't slowed down.
Yeah.
So I turned, but my movement.
The perception of time was changed.
Yeah, but how come I moved differently to everything else?
So you were moving at normal time, but everything else.
Yeah, was slow.
Wow, that is weird.
Welcome to relativity.
That's the bizarre part about it. Was
no,
like they're still like still in their first initial reactions, like barely moving, and I'm just like turning around like, what is this? Like, was absolutely surreal.
Yeah.
But it was a car crash, so who knows what trauma and fear and things.
You know, I really wish I could get hit in the head and become a super genius.
You are a super genius.
Why, thank you, but I'm talking about an actual super genius.
Super genius. Yeah, like all of a sudden, just be able to recall any single piece of information that ever entered your brain.
Although
what piece of mail got delivered on this day, and what were you wearing, and what was the weather, and
but that could be a curse as well. Do you know?
It would, but
yeah,
you could take advantage of it in some really good ways too.
Honestly, having a good memory would have really helped me out. It would have really helped me out a while ago, or whenever, because there's always people who are like, oh, you said this, like, I don't remember. Well, here you go. Oh shit.
Just record yourself constantly, like on YouTube or something. Then you'll always remember what you've done.
It's like your mum rings. Oh, hang on, mum, I've got to start YouTube up. I can't speak to you. Okay, go.
So
no, but I get that. I forget a lot of shit, that like important stuff that I was just told, and I have no recollection, and all I can put it down to is that I just wasn't listening.
But you were saying wild.
I have another explanation, Sammy.
Yes.
Okay.
What? He's gay?
He's stoned all the time.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Who's Hillary's? Okay.
YOLO, LOL, JK, be right back, Jesus.
That is the best thing ever.
What does YOLO mean?
You only live once.
All right, go. Yeah.
Which is bullshit because considering
Get it?
you live many times.
It's Jesus. Lol. Just kidding. Be right back. Oh, whoever came up with that. That's
You know, I really love how Hillary's is a Christian, but it's not shy. Doesn't shy away from making fun of their religion and arguing with other Christians.
Is he a Christian?
yeah, well,
I didn't even know he was a Christian.
Well, now
but
you know.
But as much Christian as like Richard's a Christian.
Yeah,
I mean, as far as I know, Hillary Clinton doesn't believe. Sorry, Hillary doesn't believe in aliens.
Yeah.
No. I don't mean like Richard as in like Richard. I mean.
I know. I was.
Yeah. If you compare them to the down the road sort of Christian, like Jillian.
So midnight, are you back on your laptop yet? I know it's Sunday, but I'm presuming not. Oh, you PC? Sorry, PC.
I was just saying, one, it's a PC. Get it right, my guy. Like, duh. And two,
remember
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay.
Yes.
That's good. So you'll be here for about 3 minutes. Your phone burns up, I'm guessing.
What was that?
So you'll be here for about 3 minutes until your phone burns up with StreamYard.
Well, StreamYard is pretty gay on Android. I don't know why the fuck it doesn't. It's it's a nuclear fucking reactor. What? I love Archer. Wild heart, he is wild, and he is silver.
Have you filled your holes with the Lord, Midnight?
Talking out. This is
no.
That's a hell of a question. Sorry.
I ain't no bitch, y'all.
We should all receive the Lord.
You guys are
Jesus came in me twice.
Did he give you a reach around at least?
No, he's not even. Yeah, not even consider it. You know what I mean?
That's harsh.
Oh, Midnight's good. Sorry, Midnight.
He's gonna come. He's gonna come.
This is anime or something. Yeah.
We all gonna come, so everybody bend over. 'Cause Jesus, Lord Jesus, gonna come in me. He's gonna come. Who's gonna come? We gonna come. We all gonna come, so everybody bend over. 'Cause Jesus, Lord Jesus, gonna come in you.
I love that when Christians do. I've heard that so many times. Like, Christians like genuinely saying, yeah, Jesus came inside me. Yeah, the Holy Spirit. I was filled with the Holy Spirit. I was filled with
I was
Jesus.
12 when I received the Lord. When I received the Lord's Holy Spirit. Wink, wink. Yeah, a priest gave it to me. Taught me the ways of the church. And we gonna come.
We're gonna come on, Jesus.
On Jesus. That makes for a change. He's usually coming in us, so it's about time. Well, that's like, I'm sorry, Jesus. I'm a top. I'm a dom.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah, sorry,
You're
Jesus.
gonna have to take one for the team.
Yeah, you're not gonna come in me.
Of course, that's for the intended reader.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally demanding of a reader that they perfectly emulate objectively Jesus.
Yeah. But the intended reader would be Jesus.
Right. But not when he first reads it.
That's...
And there's been previous Jesuses.
That might be a good question. So at what age would the intended reader first read the Bible?
Don't know. It's not in the text.
Okay. That's one.
I mean, there's the missing years between 12 and adulthood, but it doesn't say.
So how do you take the verses that refer to his age?
Like what?
Like, doesn't the Bible say when he was 30 he got baptized?
Nope. No, it does not.
Is that all dogma?
Yeah, it's all conjecture. It mentions birth. So at birth, someone is 0 years birthed. Okay, and then it says skips right to 12 years old, says 12-year-old, and then it never says another thing.
But because it mentions like in the reign of this king or whatever.
Right, but that's using animism. It's actually talking, just using the environment to tell something, and it's not to be taken as historical. It's not to be taken as historical. So it's really, you can't figure out the years. It's not there.
And there's no mention anywhere, like at any point of the story of any age?
The only thing it says is he's got a girlfriend.
It does?
Yeah, Mary Magdalene.
Oh, of course.
It doesn't say it's his girlfriend, but you can deduce
but he
it's
loved
his
her
girlfriend.
more than everyone else.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Well, differently, you know.
Was that the prostitute? Was Mary Magdalene the prostitute? Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, he was a whoremonger. Yeah.
She had experience, bro. She just knew what she was doing.
Yeah, you could say whore or experience, either way. It just means she has some kind of significant body count.
And there is a weird story about Jesus coming over to England and having a child. Have you heard that?
England and several other countries, France.
Okay. The reasoning behind that is people intrinsically understand that this story is everywhere. They admit to themselves the story is everywhere, right? So they say, well, Jesus, my choice of religion, must have gone there and taught them. Well, okay, but that's backward thinking. What if everyone was just told the truth about this kind of a job that this one person accepts?
Yeah.
And this is where I would quote the Bible to you, where it says he wears many crowns. Well, you can't be the ruler of all the earth wearing many crowns. There's only one crown, the whole earth, right? So the way I read that is he's called different things in different places. So each of them are assigning him the idea of a crown. Some places he's called Buddha, some places Thor.
No, but that's different from Jesus, like actually going to different countries. Like I think
It's very different.
It's Glastonbury it's not saying that like Buddha is Jesus and Muhammad is Jesus, or all the different religions. It's saying the actual Jesus, the same person from the Bible, actually came over to England.
Yeah, I get that, but that's going to be inconsistent. That's going to be inconsistent, and here's why. There's a Native American story where a guy wanders out of the wilderness. They call him the gentle spirit. He's pretty much does the job of Jesus, right? Well, did Jesus come to the Americas too? Dude, nobody had heard of this continent yet.
So what you're saying is, when people heard of Jesus, they realized, oh, it's like what I believe. So,
it must have been my Jesus that did it.
Must have
yeah,
been my Jesus, and
I should say
here.
I should say the hero of my story did that, right?
Yeah, where I live is the most important place.
Yeah.
So the most important person that I believe in must have come to the most important place. Do you know what I mean? Where I live.
Whereas if you did it historically in order, like if you let's say you started about 4,000 to 3,500 years ago in that neighborhood, what you probably conclude is that the Yellow Emperor of China went around and taught people.
Yeah.
That would have come first. So, and what did Jesus do? Travel back in time to give the wisdom of Solomon to the Yellow Emperor? Come on, guys. This doesn't work.
So, Richard, how kind of thoroughly have you been through all the other religions? And I know you have done it, but how like thoroughly have you been through all of them to kind of match up?
That's I gave up at some point. It's like if I have a girlfriend and she just continually passes every test that I put forth before her to see if she loves me, at some point I'm just going to accept she loves me. I don't have to keep testing forever. Now, I want to be intellectually honest and I want to be academically responsible. So when presented with a new story, I will try to defeat what I think is true with the new story. That's just yet to happen. But I quit looking. Like I went through the whole Epic of Gilgamesh with Math Pig. And it's the same story as the relationship between the Father and the Son, including the flood narrative that the human population gets ridiculously large, and even that longevity or eternality is in the human genome or at the bottom of the mass of people, the flood, and it's all there. All the necessary stuff is there. Or Aboriginal Australian with Sammy, or a Native American guy here named, weirdly enough, Ernie. I just keep finding it and keep finding it, and I kind of just quit looking. Like as soon as I say, I think the name is Shiva, in the leopard skin with blue skin, floating on top of a lake on top of the leopard skin, is the same as the descriptors, only in physical like objects, but the same as the descriptors of the Wormwood event. I mean, just how many times should I look? Now, if you present
Yeah.
something that doesn't match, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. I don't have anything. I was just wondering, like with so many different religions and some of them being monotheistic and polytheistic,
There are
maybe
no monotheistic religions. That's a falsehood.
I thought Christianity was a
No. They claim monotheism.
Yeah.
But I would argue that in Christianity you have the God, right, and then the Father, and then the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the you have the angel of God, and you have archangels, and you have angels. How is that monotheistic?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've just relabeled things like
Most
and said that anything under this level, which happens to be the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, is not a god, but for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, most ones that claim to be monotheistic are really henotheistic. They have one supreme God and then just deny the rest. You're right.
Right.
Yeah. So is there not any religions? There must be one what's monotheistic, surely.
Okay, name it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm
It's
just
okay.
thinking.
Nobody can name it.
Yeah.
The religion of Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe. Leaf be upon it.
Yeah, the spaghetti monster, flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah, he's got no helpers. Yeah, nothing at all. Just the flying spaghetti monster. That's
well, here we go. Now, I mean, you could argue this isn't monotheistic but pantheistic, where the view that God is the universe.
Oh, really?
You could kind of say that's mono, but then you could say it's also everything, so it's not very mono.
Right, and it shows preference. It shows preference or alignment to that which has higher consciousness.
No, that's a good point. If the universe is God, there's only one universe. Therefore, there's only one God.
Yeah, but then they divide it down further, saying things like they prefer intelligent things. And they say like the consciousness of the God is in the conscious beings. Well,
yeah, but then, them preferring it wouldn't.
But they are also God. I forgot. They're God as well. So there's more than one God.
Right.
Same as the Trinity, how they try and say, oh, it's one God, but it's three. Well, same as if you say, I'm God, but I'm not God. Well, you can't have both.
Right. They're ignoring the experiential aspect or the idea of the argument from indexicals. They're ignoring that.
Oh, Richard.
And isn't it the law of identity is being violated there? Yeah.
Yep. Sure would be.
So
which is why I point out that the Father never hung on the cross to point that out to people.
Yeah.
Of course, I believe the Father did hang on the cross.
I'm going to make a T-shirt. I'm making that into a T-shirt. The Father didn't hang on the cross.
Richard, you're going to have to explain to me the law of... I forgot what you said.
Indexicals?
Indexicals, yeah. What's
that? You know what index means, right?
Yeah.
So it's like implied indexes. Indexicals.
All right.
Does that explain it, or... Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. But
how do you identify the Christ? Well, the Christ in his adulthood roams around with people on the earth trying to tell them what to believe, right? Well, does the Father in heaven do that? Well, according to Christians, no, the Father in heaven never does that. Well, then they're different.
Yeah. But how would that be a law?
Would you agree with me? Every experience is individual.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can identify you by your experience. Well,
Yeah.
Wildheart who? Wildheart, the guy in England with the red beard and the glasses who loves to talk arguing about God.
The really big schlong.
Yeah, thanks for that, Sammy.
So big his foreskin doesn't fit. So
it was very cold. That's all I'm saying. Sorry, Richard.
So that's it. That's it. Are the experiences precisely the same? Could I say something like the Father suffered on the cross? Well, that's ridiculous. Yet they'll claim it's the same personage, or the same being. It can't be according to their own beliefs.
Yeah.
And I want to ask one of them and say, well, then but if he's omnipotent and all the omni blah blahs, like, didn't he feel what his son felt? Like, don't you think he would have experienced it as well? And they kind of
that would
have
be
to
consistent.
say yes.
Yeah.
That would be consistent, but it doesn't work in their doctrine.
It's contradictory, yeah, because they've directly just said that he didn't hang on the cross. Well,
right.
Yeah.
Or any number of
he's not omnipresent then.
Right. Or any number of times that Jesus prays. What the hell for?
Yeah, he's praying to himself. And when he says on the cross, like, why have you forsaken me? He's basically talking to himself, which makes no sense.
Oh me, why have I forsaken me?
Yeah.
Come on.
Right.
That's a good one.
And like I say, like praying in the Garden of Gethsemane or whatever it was.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh me, if it is not necessary, let me give me permission that this cup pass from me. What?
Yeah. It's like, look, me, I'm not really keen to do this, but if you can find it in me to not make me do this, that'd be cool. Thanks, me. And that's like arguing with that maximally wrong dude. He just couldn't get that. Well, what do you mean Jesus' will was different? Because he's saying, like, take the cup from me, but didn't he say, like, but I want your will to be done? Like, and that's why I tried to make him understand, well, you want God's will, but yours is different to God's, isn't it? Yeah, I can understand that. But not when it comes to Jesus.
Well, obviously there's compartmentalization there.
Yeah.
Which leaves them just begging the question.
Would you call it willful ignorance at that point?
That's a tough one. How indoctrinated are they? How successful was the propaganda?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, actually. Yeah, that's what I've often wondered. Because,
like, I think it with Jill too. What point are they trolling for God?
Yeah.
And I believe it's still for God. I know they still think they're doing the right thing, but there's a point you can hear in Jill's voice when he knows he's talking shit now. But I think he doesn't care because he knows it's for God.
Oh, he's admitted he's a troll for God.
Yeah. He's actually called. Yeah.
If I take that to its logical conclusion, he could say within that same idea set, I am allowed to lie if it brings someone to the actual Jesus.
Yeah.
Which actually
is what they call theocratic warfare.
Yeah, like it actually comes from like Calvinism, and I think Calvin himself said, like, if lying brings people to Jesus, then you should do it, or brings them to God. Do you know what I mean? It's a good thing to do. You should lie as much as possible. As long as the lies bring people to God, then it's a good thing to do.
And I believe that comes from this explaining away their God of the Old Testament. if you can explain away a God that wants you to smash baby heads, then lying for God,
Yeah.
No big deal.
like that's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah, where I read that as soon as someone's able to understand the basic concepts, if they're living in end times, and you have a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old, an infant, basically a toddler, and you can explain to them why it is they should follow mom and go to the spaceships, then you should explain it to them.
Yep. And I've found there is no question that a child can ask that you shouldn't answer.
Amen.
What it comes down to is how you answer it. You wouldn't.
Yeah, you might have to do it in more direct or less direct ways,
exactly.
but you should answer.
You wouldn't
should
tell a
the truth.
3-year-old child about, DNA and sperm and eggs and shit. Like, you're just gonna freak them out. You just say a baby grows in mummy's belly, and they're good with that for another 2 years. Then at 5 they'll come and say, "How'd it get in there?" And that's when you say, "Oh, mummy wants to talk to you."
Did Dad just cop out? Is that what happened there?
No, that was a joke.
Mommies are supposed to explain that part.
But yeah, it's just
but you, like you say, you would never lie. Do you know what I mean? You would always tell them the truth, but to a level they can understand.
I've never lied to a child, and what I found is that children don't try to lie to me in return. And we say things, or Christians especially, will say things like children are born evil knowing how to lie. That's not true. It's just they learn it from the subtleties of their parents how to lie, because they see their parents lying and they pick up on it.
Mm. And I took it to an extreme. Couple years back, Jesus, my kid's 20 now, but when he was little, my first kid, we did Christmas and that because I didn't care about
be left out
the celebration, but I didn't tell him Santa was the thing. Or if he asked, well, we were tripping like, oh, kids believe in him, rah, rah. But he never missed out on all the presents and everything. He just never believed in it. And then by our second kid, we had really softened and sort of regretted it. And so the rest of our kids all believed in Santa. And I never saw any harm in it. And
because love is magical, and we want children to understand and experience love, even societal love. And Santa Claus represents societal love.
Yeah.
This stranger that loves you and cares for you and wants you to be happy.
Yeah.
And it's better for society when we believe that's possible. With the caveat, there's danger out there too at whatever age they can understand that.
That's right. And at the age when they start to say, is he real? I never said no or yes, like with the rest of them. But I would say, I don't know. What do you think? Like with that.
Well, I'll tell you how I answered
kill
that.
it, to let them grow out of it. And then they come home one day from school and you say, oh, Santa's coming soon. Santa? That's for babies. Oh, my mistake. Sorry.
They're done with it.
And then Santa doesn't exist anymore.
They learn it
until they're adults. Until they're adults, and Santa Claus does exist.
Exactly. And they didn't go and join cults or,
But do you not think there's something like, and I don't know, but do you not think there's something morally wrong with lying to them, telling them they're Santa?
It depends on what you mean by Santa.
That's what I'm saying. I thought there was. So I didn't with the first kid. And the only thing that's different between all of them, because none of them lie, they were really honest, kind, sharing, gentle kids. The only difference is one's a bit jealous that he didn't get Santa Claus. That's it. He just felt he missed out. It did so. If Santa wasn't a thing, I would say maybe there's no point in lying, but because Santa is a thing, and it is so magical for kids, and they see all the other kids having it. To me, it's kind of like a lie you have to tell your kids just so they don't miss out. Like the
It's really
Tooth
interesting.
Fairy.
I don't understand that, but was there no repercussions? Like once you.
Oh no! That's what I mean. As soon as they find out it's not real.
But then they would work out that you'd lied to them. Do you know what I mean? Was there no?
Well, then it's time to explain to the child. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. Well, you can either sit down and explain. It's now your responsibility for the little kids. You have you have a job now. You got to keep the magic alive. Santa is you. Whatever.
Yeah.
For me, I just don't admit it. Santa is real. What are you talking about? Presents still turn up under the tree. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll be 60 and I'll still say Santa's real because you won't kill him.
I think when a child's old enough to ask that question, they deserve the answer that Santa Claus is physically real in people who want to spread love and kindness to each other. And that is what makes you and me Santa Claus once we realize this is true. And that it's good for us, and it helps to congeal and glue together societies, ideas like that. And it's necessary to our survival, and it's a healthy thing.
No. Hello, sir. Have you accepted Santa Claus into your heart?
I have. Thank you so much for sharing the message.
Can I give you?
Well, it was for wild because he's a.
Can I give you the good
He's a
news?
stooge.
Yeah, you're gonna
The good
you're gonna
news
get
of
a
Santa
PlayStation
Claus.
5. Yeah, you're gonna get a
See,
PlayStation
now,
5.
and this might help you too, because I know you're still where I was with Santa. The thing with Santa is when the kids go, "Oh, he's not real anymore," we let them say he's not real anymore, right?
Yeah.
We don't go, "Oh no, the book of Santa Clausical chapter 7 says blah blah blah." We go, "Yeah, he's not real. Get over it."
Yeah.
That's the difference. But with the Christian God, it's like Santa Claus never died.
And it's kind of amazing the similarities between Santa Claus and the Christian God. Like he's watching you all the time. Like if you go through the nursery rhyme, he knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or good.
Sure.
So be good for goodness sake. Do you know?
He'll
What I mean?
either reward or punish you with a present or coal.
Do you see how well that works with what I believe God is? Because people do know all those things.
Yeah.
I used to see it as pre-indoctrination. It's like Santa Claus when you're little, and then it turns into God when you're too little for Santa. You still get Santa, but you just don't get the presents. Now you just get heaven or hell.
Can we start calling Jill a Santanatian?
Yes.
Yes, I'd be all
basically
for that,
the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
We need to start having images of Santa on the throne in heaven.
Yeah. The next time,
Oh, he'll like that.
next time he comes in, I'm gonna give him that name. Yeah.
Or if you could mix the words Santa and Christ together in some.
Yeah. Santa Christanarium. Yeah.
Like maybe Christa Claus.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jesus Claus or Santa Christ.
Santa Christ, Jesus Claus. Yeah. Oh, you should ask an AI to mix those two pictures together.
Oh, I've never used AI. How do you do it? You can do me a tutorial. What do I do?
I've never asked. I don't know how to do manipulation of pictures.
There are free ones out there. You just Google AI picture creator.
Cool.
And you can usually get 2 or 3 goes for free on any one, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Before
right. We should get a few good ones for you.
There's one called, I think it's called Face Swap, which is a bad name because it's actually Face Meld, but that's okay. I still think there's one called Face Swap.
I've got Boom AI powered data management, Open AI image creator. I'll try that one. Open Art. Yeah, that sounds free. Yeah.
Yeah, I think open means that you get it for free unless you want it to really, really do its job. Then you have to pay.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Create image. So we want Jesus and Santa Claus mixed.
Then you have to share it when it produces that. That's going to be amazing.
Yeah. Oh no, it says you have to sign up to create it for free.
I have a program on my computer here that does that. I'm going to give it a shot.
I thought AI was supposed to be the future. It should just be.
Future is now.
It should just be, you know what I mean? Just go to the website and 50% off. I think I've got one. 1, 2, 3 RF. Right. Santa Jesus. That's, yeah, to be honest, I know you can't see it, but that's not that good. To be honest, it's just Santa. Just pictures of Santa, basically.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very impressive.
Yeah, no, it's literally just pictures of Santa. Right, let's try Santa God. Although, again, to be fair, they're both white men with a big, long beard. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, that doesn't take much. Maybe they're too close to even get one that looks differentiating.
Yeah.
Maybe it's too true of an observation.
He's just God in a red suit, basically.
It's just God in a red suit. There's no difference at all.
That's a good one. I had an app. I bloody paid for it too. It must be on another device.
What's the app? What? Huh?
I paid for an app, but it doesn't seem to be on this device. What?
I'm heading out. I'll catch y'all later.
See you, mate.
Cheers, Lewis. Good see you, man.
Yeah, you guessed it. I kicked myself by hitting the wrong button.
Yeah, I do that a lot. Yeah, welcome, Christy Carpenter. Good to see you. G Santa. That's a good one. Right, so we've not had an argument for a bit, like a couple of hours. Do you know what I mean?
Well, make a claim.
Oh, come on, people. What's
Make a
happening?
claim and I'll argue with you. All you have to do is make a positive assertion of some kind.
Right. There is no good evidence to believe in any kind of God.
There's no good evidence to believe in any kind of God. Okay,
Yeah.
do you see all evidence?
Do I see all evidence? No.
Okay, that's the end of that. Next argument. All you're saying is I have limited experience. Of course you do. That's fine. It's not an argument.
Yeah, it would have to. Yeah. Does anyone have good reason to believe that God exists? And being the only theist in the room, Richard, I know this is that question.
I can answer as an atheist, as an agnostic, as a Christian, as myself. Whatever you require of me, I'm willing to do that.
Yeah. So does any theist
careful now
justified in believing that God exists? Even if it does, are they justified in believing it?
Okay, I'm going to give example of me because you asked for a positive.
Yeah.
I'm totally justified in believing there are immaterial constructs that are fundamental to human flourishing. Yes. You already agree with me on this. Now let's do it from some other perspective besides mine. Pick one.
We'll start with the Christians. I would imagine that will be easiest.
Okay, from the Christian point of view, how could a person justify their belief without evidence? Is that your question? Or are you asking if they have evidence?
Yeah, not without evidence. With the evidence they have, would you consider them justified in believing that God exists? Basically, their evidence is the Bible. And I suppose it would with any religion.
If I'm restricted to some standard Christianity and I'm restricted to the Bible as the only evidence.
No, I'm not restricting you to that. I'm just saying that tends to be the case. Do you know what I mean? But if there's other evidence, that's fine as well. I'm just saying, could a person who believes in the Christian God be justified with the evidence that we all have? Just
sure, as long as they only make emotional claims. If they want to make epistemological claims or evidential claims, they can't justify it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you want me to give you all the standard arguments you've heard 1,000 times, I guess I'd be happy to do that. But all they have to do is a Tom jump and only make claims of opinions. That's all they have to do.
Yeah. So what is the next? Because I'm not kind of knowledgeable on any other religions apart from Christianity. So what is your next best kind of religion that you have the most knowledge of?
Next best kind of religion that I have the most knowledge of, aside from Christianity. I've spent about 50 hours in movies in the two main epics of Hinduism.
Cool. So, are any Hindus justified in believing that the Hindu gods exist based on the evidence?
Okay, on average, a conglomerate that's never accurate, right? Like an umbrella idea of Hinduism.
Yeah.
Are any practitioners who would be of that mindset justified in their position on the existence of God? Well, from what I understand, what they do is they revert back to like a panpsychist view of the universe to justify it. So that's where like Hinduism is pretty close to panpsychism, that they believe like the Brahman made the universe and then stepped away and kind of is actually unimportant. And what's left behind is the actuality, which is like the idea of Ganesh or Ganesha, the elephant-headed man that contains all of the universe, all of existence.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're going to claim Ganesha or universe is their justification. But the problem that I have with that is, yeah, that could be all of the existence. That's obviously true. Whatever exists is a tautology and evidently true in itself. You can't argue against a statement like that. But I would argue, why is that God?
Yeah. Yeah, and you just let me know that if any Hindus or Buddhists or Jews come on the panel, I will have to learn a lot more. Just based off what you said, I really don't know a lot about those.
Well, it's interesting because Hinduism is really, really thorough, and it goes from the extreme macro all the way down to the very micro personal experience, right?
Yeah.
So it not only has the universe, then following the universe, it has, you know, the highest existent gods, you know, that still matter and stuff. And it goes into this repetitive cycle thing. That's part of the expression. And that and then it brings it down and down until you get to a singular experience of the hero Ram, right? In the epic of Ramayana. And that's where you find the 3 frames of a very long film that the Bible concentrates on, just those 3 frames. So like Hinduism scales all the way up, and Christians talk about 33 years in the ancient Near East, you know?
Yeah. So it is the one in Hinduism, is the one creator God, and then the other gods are like lesser. Is the one main God, like in Christianity?
Brahman, and from Brahman or universe is Brahma, which is the one central main God that I would call is the same, that I would say is the same as Yahweh, and all emanations come from Brahma. Which is kind of why they don't care about Brahman.
And what is the kind of creation story? Do you know what I mean? Like what? Like Yahweh, he spoke the breath of, you know what I mean? It came out of his breath.
Well, don't do Christianity because that's already flawed. It's non-biblical. But let me do it within what I think the text is saying, both of them. Okay?
Yeah.
Because I don't really want to defend Christianity. It makes no sense to me, and eventually your defense fails. And I don't like failing in an argument. That's not really my thing. So let me concentrate on you for a second instead of creating this picture. Oh, Sammy did one. What do you got?
Oh yeah, Sammy got some. And I've got a phone call. I'll be right back.
But that just looks like Santa Claus.
Well, he's in clouds.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, is Santa in the clouds? Okay.
Look, that was Santa in heaven on a throne.
Oh, that's better. But I don't like the sunglasses. They kind of
Yeah, I
work.
know. I don't know why is it putting sunglasses on him. I didn't ask for it. There you go. No glasses.
Okay.
Surrounded by the clouds.
I like the Santa golden throne on the clouds thing. That's pretty good. The only problem is his face doesn't look different from Santa Claus.
So that one
Can you do
the glasses.
Can you do the same thing, only instead of Santa God, Santa Jesus? Maybe it would have more differentiation in the face.
Oh, so it looks like... Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I know.
Because that's close to what we're looking for, but the problem is there's no facial difference between God and Santa. It's too much the same.
See how this one goes. Sorry, are you back, Wild Heart?
No, apparently not. That's okay. It's his show. We can allow huge amounts of dead airspace. It's his fault.
It's good to not have to worry about that.
I downloaded a program called Art Breeder, and it's just for custom designing a human face. And it does, like, what do you got?
Jesus,
that's what I'm talking about.
Dressed as Santa.
That's what I'm talking about. That is so close to perfect.
I don't know why he's so angry looking, but I'm going to download that one. That's good.
He's a philosopher. He's a serious guy. That Jesus dude.
Yeah, well, you're right. It's not angry. It's just really serious looking.
Oh, wait.
Should I put him on the phone?
Wait. Children sit on the knee of Jesus.
Can you just say that is genius?
Someone has got to have painted that sometime.
Yeah. I came up with a slightly less. I thought of Jizz Us.
Jizzes.
Yeah, Jizz.
That's just a sign of you being lonely. Yeah. That's just your loneliness, bro. That's all that is.
He is. He's always coming in to people, entering people.
Seriously, you don't want to see the results, honestly.
What comedian could we get to do that one?
And you know he's a creep too, because he's coming like a thief in the night.
Yeah. And
like, Richard.
Millions of people.
Oh, that's pretty good. Now, if we could just get a kid on his knee dressed in old Hebrew clothing, that'd be perfect.
This is getting creepy now.
It's the truth, man. Rabbinical Jewish child sitting on Santa Jesus's knee.
Yeah, see, I don't even want to type anything like that into Google. You know,
why not?
I'm already on enough watch list. You know.
Well, probably because you worry about being on watch lists.
Yeah, no, just to be clear, like terrorist watch list, because I do like religious that kind of.
I say let them watch. If the sick
Let 'em
fucks
watch.
want to watch anything I do, they can watch. Well,
I agree. Yeah.
okay, it's kind of gone back to Santa again, and then just put like a girl hovering like some sort of concubine.
This isn't working out.
AI is free. AI
stupid.
is dumb.
It's dumb, yeah.
Sure.
That's exactly the
It's
problem.
like
It's
too
freaking
many
stupid.
prompts. Jesus dressed as Santa was fine. Jesus as Santa on a throne was fine. As soon as you try and add the child.
I've never tried an AI image creator.
Well, the free ones are getting more decent because they just pump the page full of ads. You can avoid.
Yeah, of course.
Cope with the ads.
Yeah, I got that. I had to go to like the third one day before I got an ad-free one.
Like, and here's the funny thing, right? At no point have I told this to go futuristic or anything, but it keeps putting Santa and Jesus. Like, look at the background. It's like a spaceship. Richard!
Richard, that is for you.
AI knows. Look at heaven.
It's the inside of a spaceship. What can I say? What can I say besides the light of the sun nor the moon will ever, scorch their skin or affect them again because of artificial lighting?
Oh, Sammy Bedher. Sammy Bedher. That's
what an honor.
Oh, get in. Try this one. Flux Pro Art. I will do, but I have to make a quick phone call. So I'll be right back.
Flux Pro Art. Oh, yeah, of course. Flux Pro.
I'm going to go to Flux Pro Art. I'm going to type in Sammy Bedher.
Whoa, look at some of the community ones on that site that Nerdy just linked us to. What even? What?
Is it just all rodents?
No, it's a pig. Look at this dude riding a croc. Right. Log in. You gotta log in.
Oh, that doesn't work. For Sammy better. That's not good.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
I thought you two were famous enough to, yeah. They will know who Sammy is, and they will know who Spooky better. They're not what.
Nerdy, what's your login details, bro?
Okay, now how do I save this image? I think I got.
Should
I
be
think
a
I got a pretty
download
good one.
option.
I think I got a pretty good one here.
And if you can't find a way to left click and download it or save it, Control Shift and F4 will let you select a part of the screen you want to screenshot.
Okay, what do you guys think of this? Share screen, please.
Yeah. Get in. Yeah.
Zoom in.
That's cool.
Zoom in.
Yeah, I think that's the best one yet.
What did you type for that? What was the prompt?
That's a proper Jesus.
Jesus Christ dressed as American Santa Claus with ancient Jewish male child on his knee with heavenly clouds sitting on the judgment throne.
What program are you using?
It's called GenCraft.
Yeah, I don't think we were using enough words, Sammy. I think that's why.
This one's a little bit better, actually.
Whoa, Richard, can you send me them? Please send me those images.
I actually like this one better. This is freaking awesome. It's got an American flag. Oh my gosh. Amazing.
Oh, that is too good. That is fucking fantastic. And what was the first one again? What was the first one? Did it just generate two? Yeah.
I don't know. This one he's got the he's got the God crown, right? And he's got classical, Jewish kid. That's pretty darn good. But this one with the American flag is just funnier.
Yeah, because the American flag.
But it's obviously Santa God.
Yeah.
I don't know which one I like better.
I see. Yeah, it's hard because that one's a bit more godly.
I love that Jupiter is in this one. I love that the planet Jupiter is there.
Whoa, again, Richard. AI knows.
Hey, I didn't ask for Jupiter. It just put it there.
Yeah, I know. It's like I didn't ask for it to be on a spaceship either, but I asked for heaven. I got a spaceship.
Make Jesus great.
Make Jesus great again. Make Jesus an alien again. Oh yeah, and the kid's got the Santa hat on and all. This AI has actually just, what's that meme? It knew the assignment.
Although Jesus, is that Jesus or God? Because he's looking a bit old there. If he died at 34.
Yeah, well, take your pick. It's Santa God.
Yeah.
It's the Jesus Claus.
Jesus Claus, superstar.
He knows when you sleep and where you are.
Exactly.
That's great. So the name of that program was
Can't decide which one I like better. I like it better with the God crown.
I know. If they'd have put that God crown and that on the other one, it would have been perfect. And that one's got Jupiter in it too.
And it's quick too. Like each one of these generations is only taking like 15, 20 seconds each one. Oh,
there you go.
Oh, there it is, man.
That's the one. The American flag. Yeah.
Could I get it any better than that? He's got the crown and the red elf hat combined. That's beautiful.
Oh. Look at the little baby. It is so
crap.
cute.
He's got 3 hands.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's a bit weird. What's going on?
Oh. What? It's all right. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Santa.
The Trinity.
Father, Son, and Holy Santa. Okay, I like the 3 hands all of a sudden.
It's very Trinity.
This is
that was a
totally
little
right
creepy, actually.
Well, they're all a little creepy, yeah.
But look at that baby. It's like he's pushing its head with the Bible. Oh, he has a Bible.
Yeah, that's quite
like,
apt, actually.
Here, take this. Santa reading the Bible. Hang on, let me screenshot that one. Because it's bizarre. But that's gold.
Indoctrination. Yeah. In image form.
And that's the free one. Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's cool.
Should have seen some of the bizarre shit I was getting when I was trying to.
You have to be careful because it takes everything hyper literally.
Yeah.
Like I think the to manipulate it well, you just have to use no expressions.
Well, like I was trying to make a 3-headed kangaroo.
3-headed kangaroo.
Like in honor of Sir.
Oh, right, yeah.
And Will had a 3-headed raccoon and stuff. And AI was just taking it bizarrely. I got some human centipede thing, but with kangaroos. And
That's weird.
Also, yeah. Like I wanted 3 heads, but not 3 kangaroos, like affixed at the genitals.
Yeah, not exactly what you were going for.
So I changed it to 1 kangaroo with 3 heads, and then it's like a kangaroo and then a couple of floating heads and stuff.
Triple woo. Yeah.
Triple roo.
Triple woo.
Well, just be more specific. 3-headed kangaroo or 3-headed Siamese kangaroo joined at sternum or joined at stomach, something like that.
With boxing gloves. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
Right, people, I'm gonna have to end it here. I have to go out
Why?
for a bit and get stuff done. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, because life has come into things, and I have to get stuff done.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for watching. And I'll be probably back in about an hour, something like that.
I didn't watch.